Good morning. We are coming to you here live from the 2017 Merrimack Invitational. We are with NewHampshireTrackandField.com, powered by Runner's Alley. And today's live broadcast of the Merrimack Valley Invitational is brought to you by Orr and Reno Attorneys at Law. We are about to start here with a girls 4x800 relay. For the start, we have Hanover, Merrimack Valley, Kennett, Co-Brown, Plymouth, Interlakes, and Lebanon. Oop. And leading off, it looks like we have Kennett moving to the early lead, followed by Co-Brown, Merrimack Valley, Plymouth.
This is to let everybody on the track and field know that
and today's meet is going to be an interesting one with the weather hovering around 50 degrees. It's not raining, but you never know in New Hampshire. We could start to see showers. Still looks like Kennett holding a slight lead off of Co-Brown and Merrimack Valley, and Plymouth in fourth. No, sorry, that's Hanover in the lead. So Hanover, Co-Brown, Merrimack Valley, Plymouth. They're coming into the first lap at about a 1:20, so a little bit on the 10:30 pace, it looks like. So we start to see a little bit of separation here. Co-Brown now moving into the lead ahead of Hanover and Merrimack Valley, and Plymouth dropping back to fourth. Co-Brown making a little bit of a push here at the end of their first leg runner. Merrimack Valley's moved into second with Hanover sitting in third.
All boys are in the high jump. Please report at this
We'll have a split for you here in short order. So at start of the meet, we were at about 52 degrees, overcast. Pretty much ideal conditions for a endurance type of race. So at the first transition, we've got a 2:36, so about 10:25 pace. Co-Brown followed by Merrimack Valley. Plymouth actually moving into fourth behind Kennett, fifth. So that's Hanover in third still. We'll see how they continue with this second leg. So no rain, but a little bit of mist in the air. Chilly, but no wind. The rest of the day looks like it's going to be pretty much the same. Low 50s, cloudy, but no precipitation. So for the longer events, the mile, 2 mile, this could be a good day for them. For the sprinters and those power events, though, this is not the kind of weather they would typically want. So Co-Brown maintaining their lead over Merrimack Valley, and Hanover has closed up. So the three of these three teams look to be pretty separated from the rest of the field. 3:55, so that's somewhere between a 10:27, 10:28 pace. So they're maintaining that just under 10:30. And this early in the season, these teams are just looking to get any type of a time. As the season progresses, they'll be looking to improve these times going into the state meet. So that pack in the front still maintaining pretty close contact with each other. Now this meet today is going to be a non-scoring meet. That goes back to the early days of this meet when it was actually the Londonderry Invitational. And the coach, Larry Martin at Londonderry High School, wanted a meet for these smaller schools, but a high-quality meet that would have the fully automatic timing. And he did not ever score the meet. And Bob Mullen here at Merrimack Valley has kept that tradition intact, and it has stayed a non-scoring meet. Having another handoff to the third leg here, 5:09. So they picked it up a little bit. We're looking at a 10:18, 10:20 pace. So that second leg finished in good standing. Co-Brown and Merrimack Valley now beginning to separate a little bit from Hanover in third. And fourth place Plymouth and fifth place Kennett have slid a little bit further back. So with this being a non-scoring meet, we will not have team scores. And in addition, the restrictions on the athlete entries for this meet are that they are allowed to do 2 individual events, right? Or was it just 1? 2 individual. And 2 relays. They may not, however, do 4 individual events as in a normal meet. So 2 individual events, 2 relays for each athlete today. We will have top 6 places for you, but again, we will not have any team scores throughout the day. So here we see halfway through the third leg, still Co-Brown, Hanover, Merrimack Valley, 6:25 pace. So they are picking up just a little bit more. We're looking at a 10:16, 10:15 pace for this girls 4x8 relay. Co-Brown opening up a little bit of a lead now. Merrimack Valley and Kennett keeping close to each other, maintaining contact. Again, these early season meets are more about just getting some experience, especially for the younger athletes. As a team, they're just trying to figure out who might be potentially on their championship teams at the end of the season. Nobody's looking to break any records this early. So third leg is finishing now for Co-Brown. And the anchor leg takes the baton with about a 10:16 pace. The Hanover and Merrimack Valley anchor legs. Anchoring for Co-Brown, we have Allie Pratt. For Merrimack Valley, Christy Schofield, who, despite that gap between her and Co-Brown, has the ability to close very quickly. So this could be a good matchup, having 2 of the elite distance runners from New Hampshire anchoring these 2 teams. And Merrimack Valley has spaced themselves a little bit from Hanover. Both teams have lapped what looks like Lebanon and now Interlakes. So this can play into the race as well as the lead teams begin to lap these slower teams. They have to navigate a little bit of traffic. So there can be some strategy that you use these teams to make a move on or just coming off of a straightaway. Merrimack Valley's closed it up. Basically now running even with Co-Brown for the lead. Still looking at about a 10-15 pace. Christy Schofield has made a pass, taken over the lead, and Co-Brown has moved into second. We've got field events that will be coming in throughout the day. We'll give you those results as they become available. Up next, we're looking at the boys 4x8. So coming down the home stretch in the lead is Christy Schofield from Merrimack Valley, followed by Co-Brown's Allie Pratt. And behind her, Hanover is in third. Schofield picked it up quite a bit. She's going to finish just about 10-10. Co-Brown finished second, about 10-13. And Hanover in third place at around 10-20. We'll get those official times for you as soon as they become available. Here comes fourth place. We have looks like Kennett is going to finish in fourth place. Plymouth in fifth. So finishing in sixth place, Interlakes High School. And we will be up next with the boys 4x800.
Second flight of the boys javelin. Second flight. That includes athletes running.
So official results for the girls 4x8. So we have the boys 4x8 actually starting. It looks like on the line we have Co-Brown, Merrimack Valley, Plymouth.
For all spectators, we also have some benches that are all the way
It looked like
past the finish.
Kingswood,
You can also go completely around the track.
Hanover.
Just a fence that prevents you from coming to the inside, but you can visibly stand on the far end of the track from anywhere else from their viewing.
Yeah. So in this first leg, we've got, it looks like Manchester Trinity has opened up a little bit of a lead with Tim Zeff, their all-state indoor athlete and winner of the 600 this previous indoor season. Yeah, that's Trinity in first, Merrimack Valley in second, Co-Brown in third, Plymouth, Kingswood, Winnisquam, Hanover, Kennett, and Derryfield closing out this field. So Tim Zeff from Trinity went out at a very quick pace, right around 62 seconds, which is about 8:20 pace. That would be a very good race for this early in the season for them. Nobody making a run at Tim Zeff. They're kind of just content to sit back and let him do his thing. Probably smart this early in the season not to challenge somebody like that. Merrimack Valley making an attempt to close here. Kingswood in fourth at 9:03. Winnisquam in fifth, 9:08. And the sixth place team, Plymouth, in 9:14. So we have Co-Brown, Merrimack Valley, Trinity, Winnisquam, Kingswood, Winnisquam, and Kennett. So the next event we will see on the track is going to be the boys 110-meter high hurdle trials, and we will be back very shortly for that race. So we have official results for the boys 4x8. In first place, Co-Brown 8:39, Merrimack Valley in second, Trinity in third, Kingswood in fourth. Winnisquam in fifth, and Plymouth in sixth place. So on the track now is the girls' 1600 unseated heat. I apologize for a little misinformation there, thinking that the hurdles were next. In this unseated heat are the girls who will not be competing in the final 1600, the seeded heat later in the meet, where the top 12 athletes will be. So this is the remaining athletes in that 1600 who get to race but will not be placing in the top 6 for the event. And the idea behind the unseated heat is that it gives all of the athletes a chance to run, but it keeps the track relatively clear for the top athletes so that they do not have to end up weaving through traffic at the finish of their race. Again, we're here at the 2017 Merrimack Invitational, brought to you today by Orr in Reno. And this is NewHampshireTrackandField.com, powered by Runner's Alley. And we are off with the girls' 1600 unseated heat. Big field here for the girls' 1600 unseated heat. Looks like about 22 to 23 runners. So coming through in that first lap at about 1:28. So we're at about a 6:20 pace for that unseated girls 1600.
Coach Mullen, Coach Bob Mullen, can you please report to the finish line, Coach Mullen? Thank you.
So the inaugural meet of the 2017 live broadcast from NewHampshireTrackandField.com. We're excited to be doing this year, and we're going to be featuring several large invitationals throughout the state, including the Black Bear Invitational next weekend, the Portsmouth Clipper Relays, the Merrimack Invitational, the Seacoast Invitational, and of course the Division I and II state meets. So stay tuned to NewHampshireTrackandField.com throughout the season. If you're unable to actually get to these meets, you can watch the live feed from the comfort of your living room. We're about halfway through this first unseated heat of the girls 1600, and we have from Bishop Brady at about a 3:17, so about a 6:38 pace. This will be the first of two unseated heats. Throughout the meet, we will hopefully be giving you some field event results. So official results for the girls 4x800 meter relay. Merrimack Valley in first place with a 10:09. Co-Brown in second with 10:13. Hanover in third with a 10:19. Kennett in fourth with 10:45. Plymouth fifth, 10:55. And Interlake sixth, 11:56. For the boys 4x8, in first place was Co-Brown. Second place was Merrimack Valley. Third place was Trinity. Fourth place, Kingswood. Fifth place was Winnisquam, and sixth place was Plymouth. Coming in through the third lap with 1 lap to go in this first heat. Trying to get you those names. Looks like from Guilford, Elizabeth Ralph or Caitlin Callahan. With 1 lap to go, still looking at about a 6:38 pace. So the weather is still staying pretty dry. No real moisture coming from the clouds, but quite a bit of moisture in the air. It's very humid. Again, temperatures in the upper 40s, low 50s right now. Pretty much ideal conditions for these longer races. Cool temperature with not a lot of sun. The sprint athletes and the throwers, jumpers, hopefully will be looking for some sun a little bit later in the day, if that cooperates. But today, it's all about preparation, really. Those athletes that are warmed up properly are going to be the athletes that do the best in their respective events. So, winning this first unseated heat from Bishop Brady, it's like Anna Grafton. In a time of 6:32. So with that athlete preparation also comes being prepared for the weather with clothing, with food, even with drink, because despite the humidity, athletes still will have to hydrate today. Body uses up just a little bit more food and water when it's cold like this. So that preparation really should have started a couple of days ago. And making sure that you've got warm clothes to get back into after you've competed is going to be key today. Not standing around in the cold. We are ready for the second heat of this girls unseated 1600. Got about 20 runners, same as the first heat. All right, we're off with the second heat of the girls unseated 1600. The final heat will be competing later in the meet at its normal place in the order of events.
Please check in at this time.
Winner of that first heat was from Bishop Brady, Anna Grafton. It's like in this heat we have about 20 runners. So we're here again at the 2017 Merrimack Invitational, and this live broadcast being brought to you by the law firm of Orrin Reno. And this is New Hampshire Track and Field, powered by NewHampshireTrackandField.com, powered by Runner's Alley. A gray, not quite drizzly, but not quite sunny day. Again, it's about 50 degrees, ideal for these athletes running these longer events. Going through in about 125, so we're looking at about a 6:35 pace. So a little bit quicker than that first heat. We're halfway through this second heat of the girls unseated 1600 at 2:55, so we're looking at about a 5:50 pace. So a little bit faster than that first heat. Again, the seated girls heat will be later in the meet after the hurdle and dash trials. Up next would be the boys unseated 1600. Like sitting in first place is a Kearsarge athlete. We should start to see some field event results coming in. First heats competing. You can see the athletes for the hurdles warming up, getting ready for their races. When it's cold on a day like this, those sprint athletes really have to pay attention to their warm-ups and make sure that they are well warmed up before they get to the line. With 1 lap remaining, and sitting at about a 5:50 pace from Kearsarge. It's like Jenna Beers from Kearsarge. Or Maya Doobie. Probably Maya Doobie with about a 5:53 seed time. Coming down the home stretch for the win of this second of 2 unseeded heats. From Kearsarge, looks like Maya Doobie. About 5:43. We will get official results for you very shortly. Had a little bit of tumble here at the finish. Track is wet. For those athletes not wearing spikes, it can get a little slippery. Up next will be the boys' first unseeded heat. Looks like they've got also 2 unseeded heats. And those boys in the final heat will be competing later in the meet. Total of 90 athletes in this boys 1600, so that unseeded heats will be packed. Looks like we may be going into 3 unseeded heats with the final heat to follow later in the meet. Merrimack Valley going with their barrel start with the top 6 to 7 athletes on the actual finish line and the second pack a little bit further ahead. And they will remain in lane 4 until they get to the back straightaway, where they will get to cut in. So the strategy that some of those runners would need to use is when they get to that back corner to not immediately cut into lane 1 and to just gradually make their way over, sliding in behind that lead group or possibly ahead of that lead group. It's a good opportunity for some of these younger athletes to see a start like that, because in their smaller meets during the week, they might not ever have a start like this. Meet director Jeff Nielsen giving instructions to athletes to make sure they have their number visible on their left hip. So you can see that barrel start, that pack on the outside, running in lane 4 until they're able to cut in. We are underway in this first of 3 unseated 1600 boys heats. Coming to you live from Penacook, New Hampshire at the 2017 Merrimack Valley Invitational, brought to you today by the law firm of Orr and Reno. And this is NewHampshireTrackandField.com, powered by Runners Alley. The field spreading out quite a bit, even in this first lap. It's like a smaller field than the girls, maybe only about 15 to 18 runners. Boys changing leads early on. It's a good chance for a lot of these young runners to be in a big meet like this, to learn how to put their hip numbers on properly, to start on these non-traditional race starts, something they might not be used to seeing at their home meets or away meets during the week, where typically you'd only have a couple of teams competing and everything would be done by hand. So New Hampshire Track and Field over the years has been making a push to doing more and more fully automatic races. And actually in the state meets now, the divisional meets, the times are, qualifying times are required to be either a fully automatic time or a converted hand time. So now with so many meets going to fully automatic timing, pretty much every school, regardless of where they are, has the opportunity to compete at least in one fully automatic meet throughout the year. And that's what a Merrimack Valley Invitational functions as for some of these smaller schools. Gives them an opportunity to run in one of these FAT meets. Taking over the lead for a runner from Co-Brown. They're running just under 6-minute pace, about a 5:50 pace halfway through this race.
Also, a few of them available inside. There's a place to warm up in the gym.
1 lap to go here in the first of 3 unseated boys 1600 heats.
This just in. The interviews being conducted by former Division II and Co-Brown athlete Corey Dow and Addison Cox. Doing a fantastic job down there.
Got a pack of 3 here in the lead. It's like Co-Brown, Conant, and Plymouth. The Conant athlete taking the lead now from Co-Brown. We've got a good battle going on here. Some of these athletes never having had the opportunity to compete in a venue like this with this many spectators. So in first place, Co-Brown, Plymouth in second, Conant in third.
Attention all athletes, this is the first and final call. Third flight of the boys.
I'll give you a different view here of the straightaway and watch these athletes come in. Second heat of the boys unseated 1600 about to take the track.
Attention all athletes, this is the first and final call for the boys pole vault. First and final call, boys pole vault.
Heat 2 taking the line here in the boys unseated 1600. Again, making the use of this barrel start. These larger meets still able to have large fields of athletes because of these other starting methods, not having to be all on the waterfall start. Starters giving the athletes commands so that everyone gets an equal opportunity at this start. Merrimack Valley is making use of a relatively new technology with a electronic starter's pistol versus the traditional gunpowder starting pistol. A little eco-friendly move from our friends here in Pennacook. Second heat is out well. Everyone's good.
The track right now is the second flight of the boys, 1600 unseated. There are 2 more after this, 2 more.
Just been told we have 2 more, so there are total of 4 unseated heats of the 1600. Results from that first heat of boys. Coming up very shortly. So the winner of that first heat, Shane Cameron from Co-Brown, followed by Kulig from Plymouth and Seitz from Conant. So your top 6 finishers from that first heat. Our final lap here of this second of 4 boys 1600 unseated heats. It's like they're about a 5:40, 5:42 pace for this second heat. The heats today are going slow to fast, so as the heats increase in number, you should start to see the athletes' times getting faster as we go, with the top heat, the final heat being the fastest overall.
Attention all athletes, this is a first and final call. Third flight of the girls.
That'll make much more sense when you start to see the final heats later on in the meet that are all run on time without having a qualifying round.
New Hampshire track and field. If athletes want to post their favorite shot from today's event.
Again, the conditions for today favoring these longer events.
I believe. And there's be prizes and awards at the end.
And with any luck for those sprint events, we might see a little bit of sun to warm things up for those athletes. First place from Campbell. Time of 5:22-ish. Track looking a little slick for the athletes, choosing not to wear spikes today. Still pretty wet from last night's rain. The field's relatively dry at this point. Heat 3 about to take the track. We've got one more heat after this. It's like a little bit bigger field. See number 20 out there. So again, the top 7 or 8 runners get to toe the actual finish line. And all of the remaining athletes will be moved to that waterfall barrel start. See the starter, Andy Hodgson, who has been the longtime starter here at the Merrimack Valley, Invitational. Not to be confused with the Merrimack Invitational later in the season. Again, you can see that electronic starter's pistol giving a nice flash of light for the other officials and making that simulated gunshot sound for the athletes. Third heat is away clean. And those athletes on the outside getting an opportunity to break towards the inside. Keeping that start clean. Looking for field event results as we go. We'll be bringing you those later on. This is the biggest heat so far of the boys unseated 1600. Running in a tight pack. Lots of lead changes, lots of jostling for position. Athletes not wanting to give up too much, but also not wanting to take things out too fast. Halfway through this third of 4 heats in the boys unseated 1600. Coming through right around 5:04 pace. Looks like we lost our main camera, but we've got this finish line camera that we can still show you parts of the race with. So that third heat coming through just over 5-minute pace, so a bit faster than those first 2 heats. As I was saying earlier, that the slow heats will run first and the fast heats will run last. That slow to fast seating, giving those athletes in the fastest heat ample time to warm up, as they will need to do today. It is, again, it's about 45, 50 degrees right now, so very chilly, but no wind, no rain, and we'll hope for that to continue. Coming through on the last lap of this third heat from Winnisquam. Don't have that athlete's name, but we will get that later. And we're back with our main camera. A little bit of technical difficulties. And we had our finisher just over 5 minutes. Athlete from Winnisquam. And we are about to have the last of the unseated heats, heat number 4. In this heat from Kingswood, Wyatt Pooler. From Merrimack Valley, David Reynolds. From Lebanon, Ralph Harriman. Gabe Deely from Co-Brown. Caleb Olson from Conant. Luke Gomez from Campbell. Cody Davis from Lebanon. Kyle Mann from Winnisquam. Connor Leggett from Guilford. Henry McCall from Hanover. From Belmont, Connor Jackson. John Sadie from Pelham. Xander Gould-Bradson from Prospect Mountain. Charles Arenello from Kingswood. And Peter Burnham from Hanover. So that is our list for this 4th and final unseated 1600 heat. We'll be looking for the starters' commands. A good start here for the last of the unseated heats.
Boys 110 high huddles, please report to the infield at this time. Go, Charlie! This announcement for huddles is for all the coaches. There are 5 flights. There's just a slight change in the way that they will proceed to the finals.
First heat away clean, and
Top finish to top time.
looks like that Wyatt Pooler going to the early lead. Behind him, Connor Leggett from Guilford and Gabe Deely from Co-Brown in the early lead. Reminder to you that we are here live at the 2017 Merrimack Valley Invitational, brought to you today by the law firm of Orrin Reno. And we are NewHampshireTrackandField.com, powered by Runners Alley. And we will be here throughout the day, giving you live broadcast of the meet in its entirety. And that you can go to NewHampshireTrackandField.com and find results, video interviews, results, and lots of pictures from Dave Scannell, our photographer here at NewHampshireTrackandField.com, shortly after the meet. Live results are available throughout the meet at SSTresults.com/MV. It's like Wyatt Pooler still maintaining his lead. Gabe Deely's moved into second with Connor Leggett behind him. Still good conditions for these runners. Cool, not too sunny. You can see some of the athletes wearing long sleeve shirts underneath their singlets. Warm-ups will be very critical today, both of the clothing and the activity kind, making sure that they're properly warmed up before their race, and then have those clothes to get into after their race so that they don't get too cold. Increasing activity down at the start of the 110 hurdles. Got boys and girls both getting warm, getting final steps, getting their blocks set for those preliminary heats, which we will bring you immediately following this race. Gabe Deely now moved into first place, just taking over the lead from Wyatt Pooler from Kingswood. And they've got one more lap to go after this. So this boys unseated 1600 will be followed by the boys 110 meter hurdle trials, and then the girls 100 meter trials, 100 meter hurdle trials. So with one lap to go in the lead, Gabe Deely from Co-Brown, Wyatt Pooler from Winnisquam, and Connor Leggett in third still from Guilford. Throughout the day, we will be looking for field event results to give you. We don't have any as of yet. Things progressing fairly smoothly so far. A couple of athletes slipping on the wet track, but outside of that, nothing really major disrupting the flow of events. Battle here at the finish. Looks like Connor has retaken the lead from Gabe. Excuse me, Wyatt has retaken the lead from Gabe. That Wyatt Pooler is going to finish in first. Gabe Deely from Co-Brown in second. And Kyle Mann moved into third from Winnisquam. All under 5 minutes.
Hurdle Hurdle crew.
Okay.
Thank you.
The hurdles on the track for the boys 110 hurdle trials. Finals to be competed later in the meet. It's just getting last minute preparations done. See, the starter is making his way down to the start. We had our first exposure to this electronic starter's pistol this winter at Plymouth State College. Athletes seemed to adjust fairly well to it. At first there was a little bit of hesitation when the gun would actually sound, being that it's a reproduced sound, not a real gun. But once they adjusted to it, the athletes found that it wasn't all that bad. Certainly is going to be a lot cheaper in the long run for these facilities that start to use it, not having to buy all of that ammunition to replenish every single meet.
First and final call. Fourth flight of the boys javelin. Fourth flight boys javelin. Please report at this time.
In this first heat of the boys 110 hurdles, we have Randall Scroggins from Plymouth, John Molman from Coe-Brown, Eli Allman from Belmont, Hudson Inglesby from Prospect Mountain, Jason Suwu from Somersworth, and Bobby Haverty from Pelham. Athletes are setting their blocks for this first heat. Just getting that last hurdle set. So in these preliminary heats, we have 5 preliminary heats, and they'll be taking only 6 to the finals later on. So we'll have the heat winners plus the next fastest time out of those heats moving on to the final. In these preliminary heats, it's important to have a good race, but the faster athletes have the advantage of being spread out over all 5 heats so that they don't have to expend all of their energy in this first preliminary heat. They can save just a little bit for that final later on in the meet. Coming into the meet, Brandon Wood is the #1 seed from Merrimack Valley. Meet record is 14.68, set back in 2010 by Nick Athanasopoulos of Monadnock. So that meet record may be challenged today. State record, also set by a Merrimack Valley athlete back in 2011, 14 seconds flat, Demal McFadden, who also has the boys 300-meter hurdle state record. Again, set back in 2011. Looks like that first heat is ready. One shot from the starter is a good start. Any more than that would mean a false start. So we have a clean start. Athletes are away. Now in these preliminary heats, you will see the athletes spread out quite a bit as the top athlete is put on the inside lanes. And those top athletes are going to be spread out throughout the different heats. It's like the winner of that heat fairly easily was Eli Allman from Belmont. 16.78 seconds, followed by Inglesby from Prospect Mountain and Molman from Co-Brown, both with a 17.31. So that second place time does come into play for those athletes who are looking to qualify for the finals. So the top athlete, Eli Allman from Belmont, will advance to the finals, and we'll have to wait and see if Inglesby or Molman, and they would have to break that tie by going to the 1000th place. Going into the second heat, from Hanover, Andrew Chen. From Belmont, Aiden Rupp. From Co-Brown, Orion Klahar. From Kearsarge, Grant Croft. And from Plymouth, Sean Breen. So those top athletes being spread out in several different heats, not having to go head-to-head. Looks like from their seed time, something around a 16.5 is what it's going to take to get to the finals. In this second heat, winning is Orion Klahar from Co-Brown. And we'll wait his official time from this preliminary heat. So 16.55 from Klahar. Croft from Kearsarge into second. Rupp from Belmont in third. So right away we can see that those second and third place finishers from the first heat will not make it to the finals later on. Now it would be Croft and Rupp from Belmont for that sixth and final position. Looking down the track for Heat 3, we have Logan Kraus from Winnisquam, Warren Quinlan from John Stark, Joey Bayless from Merrimack Valley, Ian Reminar from Belmont, and Dylan Mulhern from Oyster River. Our third of five preliminary heats, and they're off. In the early lead, that's Joey Bayless from Merrimack Valley. Just looking to have a good time, not looking to expend himself all out. And the winner of that heat is Joey Bayless from Merrimack Valley. We'll look to see what his official time is. 15.86 from Joey Bayless, the winner of that heat. In this fourth of five preliminary heats, from St. Thomas, Dan Evans. From Kearsarge, David Wallace. From Trinity, Oliver Thomas. From Kingswood, Isaac Sheehan. And from Hopkinton, Brandon Ermatrot. The fourth of five heats. We have some results of the girls' pole vault. In first place from Campbell is Shelby Phillips. Second place from Interlakes, Allison Height. Third place from Merrimack Valley, Addie Hodge. Winning this first heat winning the fourth heat of the boys' preliminary hurdles from Trinity, Oliver Thomas, in a time of 15.73 seconds. He will move on to the finals later on in the meet. To finish up that women's pole vault, in fifth place, Taylor Banish from Conant. In our fifth and final preliminary heat, from Kennett, Eric Smith. From Pelham, Cody Folds. From Merrimack Valley, Brandon Wood, the #1 seed. From Oyster River, Noah Cody. And from Kingswood, Patrick Murphy. Our fifth and final heat. To the early lead, Brandon Wood. And taking that first heat easily, Brandon Wood from Merrimack Valley.
Hurl crew, down 2 and up to the blue.
Wait for his time.
Attention all athletes, this is a first and final call. Third flight of the boys long jump, third flight, boys long jump, third flight, boys long jump. Please report at this time.
They only had 5 that actually made. Just label it up top. Yeah, I put an enter at the end of it. So it gives a little space. No, at the end of all the girls. So good. Okay, so that's fine now. Oh, this is what I want to do. No points today. Oh, yeah, right. So now we are.
First heat of the girls' hurdles underway. That's from Kearsarge, Layla Hensix. Chloe Cena from Sanborn, Isabella DeZillo from Trinity, Eileen McKenna from Kingswood, Annie Kopp from White Mountain, and Allison Wright from John Stark.
That was run earlier. In In 6th place, Interlakes. In 5th place, Plymouth Regional. In 4th place, Kennett. In 3rd place, Hanover. In 2nd place, Co-Brown. In 1st place with a time of 10 minutes, 9.35 seconds for Merrimack Valley, Lauren Rouse, Noel Colarusso, Emma York, and Christy Schofield.
Up in the second heat from Pelham, we have Monique Millette. From White Mountain, Tima Ronish. From St. Thomas, Adrian Bevins. From Kingswood, Hannah Chatigny. From Oyster River, Genevieve Hanley. And from Sanborn, Madigan Paradise. The winner of that first heat was DeZillo from Trinity in a time of 17.7. We'll be watching to see the 6th place qualifier for the finals. Second heat underway. Oh, a little bit of a slip there. The athlete moving into a different lane. So it's coming down to Adrian Bevins from St. Thomas winning that second heat.
This is just a friendly reminder that the winners of the different events, if they would stop by the Runner's Alley, tend to be for their interviews. We have over there Addison Cox and Corey Dobb. Please go see them as soon as you can. That'd be great. Attention all athletes, this is the first and final call. The 4th flight of the women's shuttle.
In this third preliminary heat from Sanborn, we have Isabel Lang. From Pelham, Erin Paradise. From Interlakes, Amanda Kurowski. From Belmont, Sana Syed. From Winnisquam, Ileana Markalik. And from Merrimack Valley, Amy Beardsley. So far, no false starts, which is good for an early season meet. Third heat rather, is away. And winning this third heat from Belmont is Sana Syed.
In 5th place, Winnisquam. 4th place, Kingswood. 3rd place, Trinity. 2nd place, Merrimack Valley. And in 1st place with a time of 8 minutes, 39.12 seconds, Co-Brown with Chris Pratt, Tanner Richards, Zach Richards, and Casper Murat. We have 2 more flights to the girls' huddles. Boys pole vault. Boys pole vault, please report at this time. We have the results of the women's pole vault. In 5th place,
Winning that 4th heat of the girls' preliminary 100 hurdles is Emma Wheeler from Interlakes.
In 2nd place from Interlakes, Allison Haight. And in 1st place with a jump of 7 feet from Campbell, junior Shelby Phillips.
With a time of 17.09 seconds. ready for the 5th heat of the girls' 100 hurdle prelims, 5th and final heat. So again, we'll have the heat winner plus the next fastest time advancing. In this heat, Jocelyn St. Onge from Goffstown. From Conant, Jordan Banish. From Merrimack Valley, Caitlin Koval. From Pelham, Kayla DeLuca. From John Stark, Cameron Plaza. And from Hopkinton, Lily Sabol.
Okay, hurdle crew, here we go. Right
Winning
back.
that 5th heat from Merrimack Valley, Caitlin Koval.
Get a bunch of them for you, though. They're just gonna keep coming, got me?
That 5th heat, excuse me, of the girls 100 hurdles. Caitlin Koval from Merrimack Valley, 16.94. I was.
You're back. You're good now.
All right.
And some
In this first heat of the boys 100 dash prelims, we have Corbin Ellsworth of Merrimack Valley, Rami Eid from Pelham, Thias Burrell from Co Brown, Mark Forgione from Belmont, Bailey Gabor from Merrimack Valley, and Chase Corliss from Prospect Mountain.
guest commentator.
Yep.
On the track is the boys 100 meter.
Winning that first heat from Belmont,
16 flights.
J.R. Forgione, 12.25 seconds. Second place, Burrell from Co Brown. Heat 2 of the boys 100 dash trials on. We have from Conant, Cody Bartlett. From Plymouth, Richard Lyons. From Sanborn, Justin Lomba. From Kennett, Chris Caputo. From Oyster River, Josh Bramble. And from Derryfield, Sam Duan. They're on their marks.
Awesome.
Good start. There are 15 preliminary heats for the boys 100 dash.
Discus.
The following athletes have qualified for the boys huddles final. They are as follows: from Kearsarge, Grant Croft; from Belmont, Eli Allman;
Winner of that heat from Sanborn,
from Merrimack
Justin
Valley,
Lomba,
Baywatch; from Trinity,
12.36 seconds.
from Merrimack Valley, Brandon Wood.
So the top 6 times will advance to the finals later in the meet. In this third heat of the boys 100 dash, from Hopkinton, Daniel Miner. From Merrimack Valley, Forrest Green. From John Stark, Jacob Kucher. From Merrimack Valley, Christian Oglesby. From Moultonborough, Nolan Kaiser. And from Kennett, Carson Smith. Good start.
Concord Christian coach, please report to the seating table. Concord Christian coach, please report to the seating table.
Could be any one of the Merrimack Valley runners winning that first heat.
For the women's 100-meter finals.
It's like very close finish there.
Eileen McKenna from St.
It's like
Thomas.
Green from Merrimack Valley
From Belmont. Sonis.
winning that heat 12.93 ahead of Oglesby 12.95.
Bella Ticelo. From Interlakes, Emma Wheeler. And from Merrimack Valley, Caitlin Covell.
In this next heat,
Hurdles.
heat 4, we have Eric Sitomer in lane 1, Nick Maleka in lane 2, Tucker Goslin in lane 3, Elijah Westerberg in lane 4, Jason Suwu in lane 5, and Teddy Morrissey in lane 6. So the top 6 times will advance to that final later in the meet. Followed by the girls 100 dash prelims. In this heat, lane 6 is empty. Easily winning this heat from Kingswood, Tucker Goslin. Time of 12.55. Got the next heat, 5 up. In lane 1, Michael Costco. In lane 2, Finn Wegmuller. In lane 3, Bryce Damaris. In lane 4, Jacob Zurcher. In lane 5, Peter Margand. And in lane 6, Caleb Charnley. So with these heats spread out with the best athletes competing in their respective events, we tend to see the faster athletes in the center of the track in lanes 3 and 4. Now, early on in a meet like this, it's tough for a lot of these smaller schools to have as accurate a seed time as some of the larger schools who may have had more meets up to this point and consistently practice more on a track with their starting blocks. But it is an advantage for those, or it is an opportunity for those smaller school athletes to get used to a big competition like this where they do run multiple heats of trials. So heat 5 ready to go. And they are off. Again, lane 6 empty. Looks like Bryce Demerit. Oh, no. Jacob Zurcher from Oyster River taking that heat. 12.42 seconds. Heat 6, Dan Rhodes in lane 1, Roberto Landau in lane 2, Mike Mulligan in lane 3, Noel Vorchak in lane 4, John Chapdelaine in lane 5, and James Williams in lane 6. So we have a full heat. Athletes preparing themselves to get into the blocks, loosening up, getting ready to run their race. Again, with a cold meet like this, with everything being all about the preparation, what you did before you get into the blocks. Especially important for these sprint athletes in a cold day like today to be very well warmed up so they don't pull anything, don't injure themselves. They are away. The early lead, Mike Mulligan from Co-Brown. And he will easily win that heat.
The following athletes have qualified for the triple jump final. If you would please report
In a time of 12.17 seconds.
Christy Schofield from Merrimack Valley. This is the triple jump. Sophia Miller from Lebanon. Jaden Crudo.
Heat 7 is now on the track. In lane 1, Nolan Ryan, not the Hall of Fame baseball player, but a runner from Prospect Mountain. In 2, Caleb Parelius. In 3, Reese Bassett. In 4, Tegan Friedrich. In 5, Samuel Clough. And in 6, Cody York. Athletes getting set in their blocks. Starter calling them down. Some difficulty getting into that set position. And when that does happen, it's important for these athletes to remain calm, not to get too worked up. Let themselves relax and get back into the blocks. It occasionally does happen where there'd be a false start, and in that case, that athlete would actually be disqualified from competition. In high school athletics, they are not allowed a second false start. One and done. Winning that heat from Sanborn Regional, like Reese Bassett, with a time of 12.45 seconds.
Nice job, Sam.
Heat 8 now taking their turn on the track. In lane 1, Colton Derry. In lane 2, Carter Segalani. In lane 3, Denver Borgalt. In lane 4, Damon Patra. In lane 5, Caleb Burke. And in lane 6, Mark McDonald. Again, the top 6 times will be advancing to the final later on in this meet. Expect those fast times to be coming from the later heats. Heats 9 and beyond. It's possible that one of those early heats might be able to run a fast enough time. Several empty lanes in this heat, only 3 athletes. Like Denver Burgalt from Kingswood winning that heat.
Attention all athletes, this is a first and final call for the 4th flight of the boys long jump.
A time of 12.54 seconds.
Thank you.
Heat 10, we have in lane 1, Christian Davis. In lane 2, John Pinkston. In lane 3, Ethan Barbeau. In lane 4, Gordon Hoyt. In lane 5, Greg Labrie. And in lane 6, Zach Berliner. It's like we have another full heat. It's always good to see. In some of these earlier meets, the often inexperienced athletes aren't aware of the scratch policies that many of these meets will have. And if they miss checking in, they will be scratched, which is why you may see some of these lanes be empty during these preliminary heats. Lane excuse me, heat number 9 is away. And winning that heat easily is Ethan Barbeau from Co-Brown. In time of 12.26 seconds. So far, we haven't seen any racers, any runners under 12 seconds. We still have our fastest heats remaining. Heat 10, getting out onto the track. Richard Eng in lane 1, Bert Prince in lane 2, Connor Manning in lane 3, Sam Ives in lane 4, Kevin Rogers in lane 5, and in lane 6, Sam Weinman. In these 100 hurdles and 100 dash events, the lane doesn't really matter because there's no stagger, there's no running of a turn. So really the only advantage to being in the center is being able to see your competitors on both sides of you, knowing whether you're in the lead or not. But outside of that, there really is no advantage to running in lane 3 or 4. Unlike the races run in turns.
This is the first and final call for the 5th flight of the boys' javelin. 5th flight of the boys' javelin. Please report at this time.
And the winner of that heat, like Connor Manning from Oyster River, the time of 11.92. Just reminding you here that we are at the 2017 Merrimack Valley Invitational, brought to you today by the law firm of Orr and Reno. And we are NewHampshireTrackandField.com, powered by Runner's Alley. Heat 11 on the track with Aiden Kennett in lane 1, Hagen Onyango in lane 2, Kashif Boganam in lane 3, Logan Montnamy in lane 4, Riley Allward in lane 5, and Cohen Olson in lane 6. Giving you a trackside view. Of the start. It's like Kashif Boganam easily winning his heat. .03 seconds. So our fastest time so far in this men's 100-meter dash prelims. Heat 12 making its way onto the track. Austin Metalius in lane 1, Michael Weeks in lane 2, Keyshawn Rowell in lane 3, Jalen Owen in lane 4, John Lyons in lane 5, and Lane Crowley in lane 6. Preliminary heats again are where all athletes get their chance to make it to the finals with the top 6 times that will be advancing.
Which is great. I'd also like to let you know that at this time,
With the 12th of 15 heats
some shirts
on the track.
past the finish line.
It's gotten noticeably colder in the last 10 or 15 minutes. The wind has picked up a little bit, chilling us out here. Heat 12 is off. Winning that heat from Co-Brown, Keyshawn Rowell. in the time of 12.38 seconds. On the track next, heat 13 of 15 from Nick Banfield in lane 1, Kyle Bilodeau in lane 2, Devian Martin in lane 3, Nick Travers in lane 4, and Dirk Jorgensen in lane 5. The next 3 heats, we will see our top 3 seeded athletes: Martin, Magistro from Kearsarge, and O'Brien from Monadnock in these next 3 heats. It's like Devian Martin winning that heat. The time of 12.20. On the heat next, heat 14. So the 2 remaining heats. In lane 1, Devin Bricknell. In lane 2, Alex Kalpakigan. In lane 3, Gavin Magistro. In lane 4, Juan Batista Galino. And in lane 5, Ryder Betterton. 14th of 15 heats. And in top 6 times, we'll be advancing to the finals later today. We have several featured events this year at the Merrimack Valley Invitational, including the boys and girls 1600, which we'll see shortly after the trials of the 100 dash, and also the boys and girls discus, which will be contested later on in the meet. As we get those 2 events results in, we'll be sure to let you know who those featured athletes are going to be. Heat 14 getting in their blocks. Heat 14 coming down. It's the closest heat of the day between 2 Kearsarge athletes. Looks like taking that one was Gavin Magistro. No, excuse me. Alex Kalpakian. Just edging out his teammate Magistro. 12.43 to 12.45. '15th and final heat of the boys 100 trials on the track now. From Moultonborough in lane 1, Landon Kaiser. Noah Dubois in lane 2. Eddie O'Brien, our top seed of the meet, in lane 3. Cam St. Hours in lane 4. And Matthew Bishop in lane 5. And winning this heat is Eddie O'Brien from Monadnock. in a time of 12.08 seconds. Next event up on the track is going to be the girls' 100-meter dash prelims.
That concludes the boys 100 dash.
We'll be back just
Excellent
shortly
drivers.
with
16 flights. Preliminaries. 16 flights.
what? No, I gotta piss.
Yeah, you can go.
So I'm just keeping it on the results thing, and I pull it over there. I'm not.
Is his camera still working?
Pete? No, I think it's out. Yeah.
Oh, that's.
Yeah.
And we're back for the first heat of the girls' preliminary 100 meter. Looks like we have Campbell out in front. We've got Gabby from Campbell, Alexis from Plymouth Regional with the top two. And we can see the times coming in now. 14:2 for the first heat. Girls Heat 2 now on the track. Lane 1, we have Kelsey Chase from White Mountain. 2 looks to be empty. 3 would be Chloe from John Stark. 4, Mariah from Kingswood. 5 would be Julie from Belmont. And in lane 6 would be Emily from Bishop Brady. They're off. We also have an empty lane 5. And that's Kingswood in front. Winning time in that was 14:18, 200ths of a second better than the first heat.
Merrimack Valley, Zach Cronin.
Winning time in that heat, fastest so far, 14:03.
In third place from Co-Brown, Jacob Snow. In second place from Plymouth Regional.
Again, our top 3 times would be
And with a
14:03,
from Lebanon, sophomore Ryan
14:18, and 14:20. Winning time 13.97.
From Sanborn Regional. Eddie O'Brien from Monadnock. Michael Mulligan from Cole Brown. Devin Martin from Hanover. And Mark Forgione Jr. from Belmont. That's Manning, Boganam, O'Brien, Mulligan, Martin, Forgione.
With a time of 14.93. Bedell and Kuchar rounding out the top three. Large 14.69 to Ellsworth's 14.70 from Hopkinton. Kabashi in third. But it does give a distinct advantage to those who have. And winning that heat from Trinity DeZillo in time of 14.13. Time of 14.22. time of 14:20. Dixon and Zervos, second and third. And they are off. It's like Laurel Gordon
Attention all athletes, this is the first
in
and final call.
lane 3, going to take this heat
First and final call. Girls high jump, please report at this time.
from Oyster River. Winning at a time of 13:57, our fastest time thus far. Again, top 16, times will be advancing to the final later in the meet. We'll be waiting to see who those top 6 are. In heat 11, Cassandra Gordon in lane 1, Grayson Scott in lane 2, Emily Ball lane 3, Kelsey Pine in lane 4, Charlotte Clark lane 5, and Hannah Butt in lane 6. And they are away. Winning this heat is going to be Emily Ball from Lebanon. In a time of 14:07. Pine from Co-Brown in second, and Scott from Sanborn in third. Next heat on the track is heat 12. Lauren LaValle, lane 1. Abigail Wilson, lane 2. Mabel Mackey, lane 3. Michelle Frady, lane 4. Carly Stevens, lane 5. And Oriole Kamikaze in lane 6. And winning this heat is going to Heat 14 of the girls 100 trials. Kaylee Brown, lane 1. Madison Tortorella Lewis, lane 2. Selena Gauthier, lane 3. Callie Lindsay, lane 4. Hope Reuter, lane 5. And Erin Berger in lane 6. It looks like Selena Gauthier is going to win this heat. A time of 13:89. Followed by Lindsay and Reuter. Heat 15 on the track now. Chloe Sotek in lane 1. Rhiannon Hacking in lane 2. Ziana Twombly in lane 3. Alice Garner, lane 4. Kaylin Monahan, lane 5. And Jillian Miller, lane 6. You may recognize that last name, Twombly. She is the sister of the current state record holder in the 100, but it looks like her lane is going to be empty. And they are off.
Attention all athletes, this is the first and final call for the 5th flight of the boys discus. 5th flight of the boys discus, please.
And winning that heat from Hanover. No, Gauthier from Garner from Hanover. The time of 14:82.
This is a reminder to all athletes that the girls' high jump, both first and second flight, need to check in at this time. Girls' high jump, first and second flight, please check in at this time.
Heat 16, final heat of the girls' 100 trials. Taylor Jackson in lane 1, Belle Sullivan in lane 2, Devin McLean lane 3, Gracie Hardy in lane 4, and Praise Uzayem in lane 5. No, I see it now, but like 3 minutes ago when I was trying to refresh. Looks like Devin McLean is going to win that heat.
That concludes the preliminaries of the girls' 100 meter. We'll be announcing the finalists soon. At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break for some of our officials to please get some food.
So with that heat finished,
12:35.
the meet is going to take about a 10-minute break,
We have a couple of things to do
and
with the
we
finish
will
line here.
resume
With our
broadcast
final.
at approximately 12:35. Once again, this is the 2017 Merrimack Valley Invitational, brought to you today by the law firm of Orr and Reno, and we are NewHampshireTrackandField.com, powered by Runners Alley. We'll be back in about 10 minutes with our live broadcast. looks like the correct. No, that's the 100 start list.
This isn't. Well, part before those things lift up.
Yeah, the thing's only glued. I mean, it's not really held together very solidly. That glue would pull apart easy.
Thing just folds flat though. Some.
But that bottom piece, I don't know why it's glued on. Why didn't they just cut it out of one piece?
So how's this going? Good. Are you reading that?
You know, it's not bad. What you have live on yours?
Another shout out to Chris O'Brien from Speed Sport Timing.
We are back for the start of the finals from here on out. Finals in all events. And the first event up on the track is going to be the 100 girls 100-meter hurdle finals with Bevins from St. Thomas in lane 1, DeZillo from Trinity in lane 2, Koval from Merrimack Valley in lane 3, Wheeler from Interlakes in lane 4, Syed from Belmont in lane 5, and McKenna from Kingswood in lane 6. So here on out the meet, these are all finals. No more preliminary heats. Finals of the girls' 100-meter hurdles is off. And to the early lead is Caitlin Koval from Merrimack Valley. And behind her, Wheeler from Interlakes.
Hurl crew.
We have our first,
Towards the starting line.
second final of the day. From Merrimack Valley winning that event, Caitlin Koval with a time of 16.62. In second place, Wheeler from Interlake, 16.99. In third place, DeZillo from Trinity, Syed from Belmont Lane in fourth, McKenna from Kingswood in fifth, and Bevins from St. Thomas in sixth. As we wait for the officials to move the hurdles for the boys' 110-meter finals, we'll give you that start list as well. In lane 1 from Kearsarge, Croft. In lane 2 from Merrimack Valley, Bayless. In lane 3 from Merrimack Valley, Wood. In lane 4 from Trinity, Thomas. From Co-Brown, Clahar in lane 5. And from Belmont, Allman, lane 6. Again, we have finals from here on out. This will be followed by the 100-meter dash finals. And then our first featured event of the meet, the girls 1600, will follow that. So things staying pretty much the same weather-wise as we started the meet. It's in the 40s, overcast. Again, should be a good day for those endurance athletes in the 1600, 3200. They won't be overheating. Those sprint athletes, though, again, the preparation being the key of their competition. What do they do to get warmed up for their race? That's going to be the most important thing. It's just getting those last hurdles set for the boys' hurdle finals. Just want to remind you, we're at the Merrimack Valley Invitational, the 2017 Merrimack Valley Invitational.
Sixth place from St. Thomas Aquinas.
Brought to you today by the law firm of Orrin Reno. And we are NewHampshireTrackandField.com, powered by Runner's Alley.
Trinity, Isabella DeZillo. In second place from Interlakes, Emma Wheeler.
You can see the
And in first place with a time
boys
of
getting their last
6.2 seconds.
check on their
Merrimack Valley,
blocks,
Caitlin Koval.
making sure everything is working correctly, everything is in place. These starts are very important, especially for the hurdles, to get out cleanly to that first hurdle as it sets up the rest of your race. And a poor start could easily lead to a poor race in these hurdle events. Athletes getting themselves mentally prepared as well as physically, trying to keep warm, stay loose. And the official is bringing them to the line now. Again, that meet record, Nick Athanasopoulos of Monadnock's 14.68 set back in 2010. Clean start. And to the hurdle first from Trinity was Thomas Oliver in the lead and indeed winning.
The following announcement is for the finals of the men's javelin throw. The following
Winning that was
qualifier for the men's javelin throw
Oliver Thomas from Trinity,
from Sanborn Regional.
the time of 14.91. Second place, Wood from Merrimack Valley. Third place, Bayless. Klahar was in fourth place. Allman from Belmont in fifth. And Croft from Kearsarge placing sixth. As we were clearing off the tracks for the 100 dash finals, girls 100 dash starts. We'll have to get you that start list. Not getting it updated.
We have the results of the women's shot put from Kingswood, 6th place,
You can see other field events, various field events coming through.
In 3rd place from St. Thomas, Maddie Bukalski. In 2nd place from Sanborn Regional, Megan Sheehan. And in 1st place with a throw of 36 feet 10 inches from Lebanon, Junior Kath.
We have some results for you in the boys high jump. Ryan Sullivan winning with a height of 6 feet. Sam Ebner in 2nd place, the jump of 5'10". 3rd place, Jake Snow from Co-Brown. In 4th place, Hudson Inglesby. In 5th place, Zach Cronin. And in 6th place, Warren Quinlan. Again, that's the boys high jump. The winner of that event, Ryan Sullivan from Lebanon, with a jump of 6 feet.
And in 1st place with a time of 14.91 seconds from Trinity High School, senior Oliver Thomas. One more announcement for you. In the girls' triple jump for women's triple jump, in 5th place from Merrimack Valley, Addie Hodge. From Lebanon in 5th place, Sophia Miller. In 4th place from Summerthworth, Jaden Croto. In 3rd place from Merrimack Valley, Christy Schofield. In 2nd place from Kingswood, Caitlin Carpenter. And in 1st place with a jump of 33 feet even from Interlakes High School, 9th grade.
So in lane 1, it looks like Mabel Mackey from Co-Brown. Lane 2 from Lebanon. Lane 3, Oyster River, Devin McLean. No, sorry. Lane 4, Devin McLean. Kennett and Hanover rounding out our girls 100 finals. The athletes are set, ready to go. And they're off. So winning that event from Oyster River, Devin McLean, with a time of 13:27. Second place, Gauthier from Kennett. Third place, Gordon from Oyster River. Fourth place, Simeon from Lebanon. Fifth place, Mackey from Co-Brown. And in sixth place, Joseph from Hanover with a time of 13:83. We're now set for the boys 100 dash. In that race, we have Martin from Hanover in lane 1, O'Brien from Monadnock in lane 2, Manning from Oyster River lane 3, Boganum from Sanborn in lane 4, Mulligan from Cobrown in lane 5, and Forgione from Belmont in lane 6. Boys getting ready for their race. So it means we basically have to kiss for you to be able to get on the mic. Essentially. Be good for, like... Oh.
Please don't cross the track at this time. Thank you.
Gotcha. Oh, that's the wrong list, but... Yeah. The
That start was popping.
yeah.
That this week.
I mean, I can do it from this. It's not ideal, but actually this thing, I'd like to get rid of that too.
I really don't care
I
about
mean, I can do that on my own.
Yeah.
It just adds, and we don't have any. There's like nothing that's saying what it's for.
Oh, the D2 and D3.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So like, I can get rid of those because people are gonna look at it and be like, "What the heck is that?" But outside of that, it's fine. Things seem to be okay. We are off for the fourth and final heat of the boys 4x1 relay. Monadnock in lane 1, Hopkinton lane 2, Merrimack Valley lane 3, Sanborn lane 4, Hanover lane 5, and Lebanon in lane 6. And winning that heat, Merrimack Valley, followed by Sanborn.
Next up on the track, we have 9 flights. The girls 400 meter.
So winning that, Merrimack Valley, followed by Sanborn, Hanover, Monadnock, and Hopkinton. Next event up on the track is the girls' 400-meter dash. Total of 9 heats of the girls' 400-meter dash. Meet record for this event set way back in 2006. 57.55 Betsy Williams from Hanover. And so heat 1, we have Marcotte from Kennett,
Lynn Latarella, please.
Berduto from Dairyfield, Ross from Kennett, El Azim from Trinity, and Butt from Merrimack Valley. And they are off. Good start. In these races done in lanes, there is a staggered start. So those athletes on the outside lanes appear to be in the lead. However, by the time they make it around to the back straightaway, they will have made up that stagger, and you will begin to see who actually is in the lead. Though sometimes you can tell,
Results of the boys.
like as in this heat,
6th place,
lane 4 has moved to the lead early,
4th place, Hanover. 3rd place,
which means they would have already made up the stagger.
Regional. In 1st place with a time of 46.38 seconds. Merrimack
It's
Valley.
like Dairyfield and Trinity, with the Dairyfield athlete actually out in the lead. So it's now between Sperduto and El Azim. El Azim retakes the lead. Finishing at a time of 1:16. Heat 2 coming out on the track. See, we'll get those Heat 1 official times. There it is. Trinity, Sperduto, Butt, Marcotte, and Ross in that order.
Would Maddie from Kearsarge go to the trainer, please?
In this second heat of 9, Rebecca Paternal from Kingswood, Trott from Hopkinton, Blad from Coe-Brown, Bardsley from Merrimack Valley, Johnson from White Mountain, and Winder from Derryfield. The lanes 1 through 6. And some of these athletes opting not to use blocks. Not as big an advantage in the 400, but still the start being a key part of any race. It's important to get into a good rhythm early on in your race. Athletes waiting for the starting command. Again, remind you that this is the 2017 Merrimack Valley Invitational, brought to you today by the law firm of Orr & Reno, and that this is NewHampshireTrackandField.com, powered by Runner's Alley. Second heat is away. So in a race like the 400, the start is important, as is maintaining your acceleration over a much longer period of, or a much longer part of your race than you would in the 100-meter dash or even the 200-meter dash. The athletes want to build up to their top speed somewhere on that back straightaway and then just try and maintain as best they can until the finish. Paternal from Kingswood making up the stagger ahead of the straightaway and able to take a commanding lead in this second heat. Finishing in 71 seconds, almost 9 seconds ahead of her seed time, so big improvement from her. Big improvement there for Paternal. Let's see what her official time is. Lane Heat 3 is lining up. Heat 3 includes Bauer from Monadnock, Hurley from Moultonborough, Roth from Hopkinton, Palgren from Derryfield, Rollins from Moultonborough, and Gove from Winnisquam.
It's just an extra call for the girls' javelin. Girls' javelin, please check in at this time.
Lane 3. Heat 3 of 9. Heat 3 is off. Lane 3 is vacant for this heat. The remaining 5 are making their way around the track. As the day progresses and as the meet continues, again, begin to see who has been taking care of themselves during the day and who maybe hasn't been doing a great job taking care of themselves in terms of who's eating, who's hydrating, who's warming up, cooling down, who's brought the right clothing. This is considered one of the hardest events in track and field, along with the 800 and the 300 hurdles, those middle distance events where they really push their athletes to their limits, seeing who has the most strength, who has the most stamina. Winning that heat, Callie Palgren from Derryfield. In this next heat, we have Grace Finley from St. Thomas, Maisie Thurber-Wells from Merrimack Valley, Catriona Stewart from Plymouth, the Lieberman sisters, Becca and Katie from Interlakes, and Anna Beeksad from Lebanon. The Lieberman sisters, Becca being a freshman and Katie a junior, so they're not twins. Looks like in the lead we have Grace Finley, followed by Maisie Thurber-Wells.
Final call for all girls in the discus. All girls in the discus, please check in at this time.
Grace Finley from St. Thomas going to win this third heat. Fourth heat, excuse me. Heat 5. In lane 1, we have DeRocher. In lane 2, Bouchard. Lane 3, Vajentic. Lane 4, Wilson. Lane 5, Wu. And lane 6, Morrison. Lane Heat 5 is off. From that last heat, we have Finley, Thurber-Wells, Lieberman, Stewart in that order. It's like in the lead is right now Morrison from Kingswood, with Wilson and DeRocher. And winning that heat is Elizabeth Morrison from Kingswood.
We need the first and second flight of the girls' javelin. First and second flight of the girls' javelin to check in at this time. First and second flight of the girls' javelin.
It's winning that heat. Morrison, DeRocher, Wilson, Bouchard, Vajentic. Heat 6 of the girls 400. O'Keefe in lane 1. Vandermeer in lane 2. Gallagher lane 3. Dixon lane 4. Gordon lane 5. And LaChance lane 6.
I don't usually do this, but
They're lined up, ready to go. And we have 9 total heats of the girls 400. This is heat number 6. Nope. We almost had a false start there. But they starter allowed it.
All right, like I said, I don't usually do this, but we'd like to say happy birthday to Kate Clinch, who's 18 from Co Brown. Co Brown coaches, we need to talk later. Speaking fees.
Stagger being made up early in quite early in this race.
Open later on. I have a set of keys here, and I'm sure I'll be happy to drive it home. So if you've lost your set of keys, there's a Dave Thomas Foundation.
Laurel Gordon right now in the lead from Oyster River. These athletes testing how much gas they have in the tank in this race. One of the more strenuous races. Campbell, that looks like Gigi Gallagher in second place.
Athletes, if you've scored either in first or sixth place, we have ribbons and medals for all finishers in the first to sixth place finish.
That was Gordon,
Please pick those up.
Gallagher, Dixon, LaChance, Vandermeer, and O'Keefe in that heat, in that order. Heat 7 in lane 1, Trost from Goffstown. Lane 2, the birthday girl, Kate Clinch from Co-Brown in lane 2. Van Houten from Conant in lane 3. O'Neill from White Mountain in lane 4. Laird from Co-Brown in lane 5. And Belanger from Co-Brown in lane 6, excuse me. So 3 Co-Brown, Goffstown, Conant, and White Mountain in this heat. Starter has them at the start of the race, and they're off.
Fourth flight of the boys shot put. Fourth flight of the boys shot put. Please check in at this time. Thank you.
So this race, a good mix of both strength and endurance, and a little bit of speed. Kind of everything that track and field looks for in the various track events. This is kind of the everything event. Endurance athletes and sprinters alike both compete in this event. And surging into this lead, Sophie Laird from Co-Brown, coming off the straightaway. On her inside in lanes 1 and 2 is Juliana Trost and Kate Clinch from Co-Brown, but Sophie Laird is going to win this heat. Somewhere around 67 seconds. And she does win that heat, the time of 1:05.9. Trost in second, Clinch in third, O'Neill, Van Houten, and Belanger. Heat 8 on the track now. Sarah Huckman from Kingswood, Faye from Kennett, Dean from Guilford, Fraser from Guilford, Considine from Merrimack Valley, and Brandon from St. Thomas. The 8th of 9 heats. Again, the heat's running fast to slow today. Excuse me, slow to fast, so the fastest heat will be running last. Giving those athletes plenty of time to warm up, prepare for their race. Depends on the meet, whether they will choose to run slow to fast or fast to slow. The advantage for a slow to fast meet is that it allows the crowd to stick around to watch those slower heats in order to still watch the fast heat. So it gives those athletes who might not necessarily have a big crowd watching them a better chance to have people cheering them on. When that fast heat goes first, sometimes the crowd won't stick around for those slower heats. So Again, this is a meet that had the history of being for those smaller schools. And winning that heat from Guilford, Lauren Dean.
Final heat of the girls 400 meter. Final heat of the girls 400 meter. I have to ask with all politeness that if you're currently not in an event, please not to be on the infield as our athletes need the space
See what our time.
to warm up and do their strides.
105 even. And then Huckman, Frazier, Constantine, Faye, and Brandon.
Let's get ready to run. Thank you.
All right, now our ninth and fastest heat. We have Amon from Hanover, Ball from Lebanon, Concannon, Zwart, and Hoffman, all from Oyster River, and Thomas from Hanover. So 3 Oyster River athletes in this fastest heat of the girls 400. That would indicate that they've got a fairly decent 4x4 team as well, if they're able to put 3 athletes into the fastest heat of the 400. But remember, they've also got Devin McLean and Ziana Twombly, who are not even in this event. So the girls Oyster River relay teams looking very, very good at this early stage of the season. About to start this ninth and final heat. And the final heat is off. 3 Oyster River athletes making a move early on, with Eleanor Zwart making up her stagger very quickly. This will come down to which of these Oyster River athletes is in the best shape right now. This Oyster River team has been many years in the making. So that is Eleanor Zwart, followed by Amelia Concannon in that
That's the final heat of the girls 400 meter. Up next on the track,
fastest
12 heats,
final
400 meter.
heat of the girls 400. The next event up will be the boys 400. There are 12 heats. In this first heat, Huckman from Kingswood, LaPlante from Belmont, and Davis from Concord Christian. First time we've seen Concord Christian in any of these events today. We are here at the 2017 Merrimack Valley Invitational. Again, this live broadcast brought to you today by the law firm of Orr and Reno. And this is NewHampshireTrackandField.com, powered by Runner's Alley. We've got a 2-person heat with Jim Huckman and Alex LaPlante. The Huckman gone out to a big lead early. With no seed time, it's possible this is his first time ever running the event, and his coach not having really any idea what he might run for a time. Running very strong. It's going to be well under 60 seconds with a 58. So our first heat is in the books. With a little bit of a mismatch in that first heat. Heat 2, we have Scaff in lane 1, Fowler lane 2, Graham lane 3, Poulin lane 4, and Dagan in lane 5. About to start heat 2. We're not the timers. Go tell them, please. So these heats again running slow to fast, so the fastest heats will be the last heats. Occasionally you will see an athlete who runs significantly faster than their seed time. And in these early meets, sometimes it's tougher to predict how athletes might be running, especially if they haven't run the event this year and they're just basing it off of last year's times. He's winning that second heat from Trinity, Matt Dagan.
We have the results of the men's long jump in 6th place from Goffstown.
Heat 3 coming onto the track from John Stark, Ugardi, Kulig from Plymouth in lane 2, Wegman from John Stark, lane 3, Kirsch from Kennett, lane 4, Freeman from Lebanon, lane 5, and Barkey from Hopkinton, lane 6. In lane heat 3 of 12. And heat 3 is off.
Lydia Hoffman. In 5th place from Guilford, Lauren Dean. In 4th place from Lebanon, Emily Ball. In 3rd place from Oyster River, Laurel.
So winning that heat from Trinity. Nope. Sorry, John Stark. Wegman from John Stark. Kulig from Plymouth. Kirsch in 3rd. Freeman in 4th. Ugardi in 5th. And Barkey in 6th. Heat 4 on the track. Coombs, Kelly, Montimony, Crossman, Wheeler, and Vaco. Heat 4 of 12. So with this fast heats going last, it does give the crowd an opportunity to see these younger athletes, and the younger athletes gives them an opportunity to run in front of a crowd that they might not see at their smaller meets. It does allow the faster athletes more warm-up time, but at the same time, it doesn't always give them a good idea of when they might be running. So sometimes their warm-ups have to be modified a little bit if they start to warm up too early or if they're not warming up early enough. So it's important that the better athletes in those faster later heats are in contact with their coaches and are aware of how fast or the slow the meet might be running. And winning that heat from Kearsarge, Corbin Montimony. The next heat makes its way on the track. As Montminy in 1:04, followed by Coombs, Wheeler, Kelly. In heat 5, we have Cermak in lane 1, Kaminsky lane 2, Montalto lane 3, Mann lane 4, George lane 5, Michaud lane 6. Some athletes deciding not to run with blocks in the 400. Others will use a 400 starting blocks. All depends on how much practice they've had. If the 400 is a main event for them, perhaps it's a longer event if they're a short sprinter, or maybe a shorter event if they're a middle to long distance runner. A long distance runner might not spend the time to learn how to use a starting block, whereas a 100 or 200 meter runner certainly would know how to use starting blocks and may opt to use it in a 400, giving them the biggest advantages they can. Heat 5, is off. Making up the stagger very quickly from Conant, Seth Mann. And inside of him, Anthony Montalto from Belmont, also making up his stagger very quickly. Montalto actually into the lead now. Again, that 400 being kind of a all-comers race, you may see a bigger athlete who looks much more like a shot putter or a sprinter, but you also may see a very long, lean distance runner type. And we kind of have both of those athletes right now in this heat. And winning that heat from Belmont is Anthony Montalto. .59.1, followed by Cermak, Mann, Michaud, Kaminsky, and George. Heat 6 on the track. Johnson in lane 1, Cunnington lane 2, Green lane 3, Drury lane 4, Vasquez lane 5, and Smith lane 6. Athletes setting up their blocks, getting ready for their race.
This is the first and final call for the 300 girls huddles. First and final call, 300 girls huddles. Please check in at the
Athletes who use starting blocks typically offered one practice start just to make sure everything is set. Athletes that don't use blocks just come to the line ready to race. The 400 is just one lap in lanes all the way around. Heat 6 of 12. And 6th heat. Coming through first from White Mountain, Caden Cunnington, followed by Philip Green from Plymouth. Cunnington's time 59.48. Green 59.86. Drury, Smith, Johnson, and Vasquez. Heat 7 lining up in their lanes. Borf in lane 1, Branco lane 2, Gleason lane 3, Doubleday lane 4, Nadayo lane 5, and Quinn lane 6. Some additional field event results coming to you. The boys long jump in first place, Ryan Sullivan from Lebanon. Second place, Zach Petrin from Lebanon. Third place, Kyle Doucette from Hanover. Fourth place, Sean Leahy from Goffstown. Fifth place, Hogan from Campbell. And in sixth place, St. Ange from Goffstown. And Heat 7 is away in the boys' 400. Coming to the finish. From Trinity, Christian Bohr. Oh, sorry, Emmanuel Nadayo winning that heat. Followed by Quinn, Branco, Bohr, Doubleday, and Gleason. Heat 8 on the track now. Bassett in lane 1, McCarty lane 2, Nelson lane 3, Sullivan lane 4, Torrecinta lane 5, and Ahern lane 6. This heat's getting ready to go. We have 12 total heats, all places on time for these events. Athletes coming to their ready positions. And they're off. Make up the stagger very quickly. And retaining his early lead is Riley McCartney from Prospect Mountain. No, that's not Riley McCartney from Prospect. Yes, it is. winning that heat. McCartney 56.85, followed by Bassett 59.28. The next heat on the track is heat 9. In lane 1, Dollinger. Lane 2, McLeod. Lane 3, Hodgman. Lane 4, Sturzo. Lane 5, Marot. And lane 6, Euland. Heat 9 is away. Staying pretty tightly grouped here this heat. Never looks like McLeod from White Mountain. Nope, excuse me. Hodgman from Prospect Mountain in the lead. Hodgman is going to win this heat. About 56 seconds. The next heat is getting onto the track. Indeed, Hodgman winning, 56.08. McLeod second, Mara, Euland, Sturzo, and Dollinger. Heat 10 on the track now. Billings, lane 1. Piu, lane 2. Kalpagian, lane 3. Kulig, lane 4. Smith, lane 5. Shanlaber, lane 6. And these are the faster heats now of the boys' 400-meter dash. The meet today running slow to fast. Beginning to have some field events roll in. Most recent field event coming in is the boys' discus. In first place, Oliver Gunsky from Goffstown. Second place, Alessandro Vecchi from Hanover. Sean Sullivan from Bishop Brady in third. Drew Schrewer from Interlakes, fourth place. Michael Wernig in fifth place from Guilford. Ryan Murray from Conval in sixth place. So heat 10 is off. Oh, coming down the straightaway in the lead is Nick Kulig from Plymouth, followed by Alex Kalpagian from Kearsarge, and that is the order they will finish in. The next heat is on the track. It's heat 11. Heat 11, we have Dupuis in lane 1, Hines in lane 2, Leahy lane 3, Grubbs lane 4, Duckett in lane 5 and Doucette in lane 6.
This is our first and final call for the boys 300-meter huddles. Boys 300-meter huddles. This is first and final call.
In that heat, that last heat, Kulig, Kalpagian, Pugh, Smith, Shanlaber, and Billings. Heat 11 of 12 on the track now. Again, heat's running slow to fast, so these are the last two heats of the event and should be the fastest 2 heats of the event. These athletes in the last heats have probably run several 400s so far in the season and are fine-tuning their races as they go. A little bit of a wobble there in lane 5 off the start, but the starter okays it. In that set position, athletes are supposed to remain perfectly motionless so that everyone has an equal start.
We need the third flight of the girls' javelin this time, please. Third flight, girls' javelin, please check in.
In a battle to the finish right now, Hines and Dupuis. Hines will take the win with Duckett from Trinity in second.
Finish in the top 6. We have medals and ribbons for you over here at the track shack. You can come to the outside area.
Well, Hines taking that heat, 53.38. Duckett, Dupuis, Leahy, Grubbs, and Doucette in that order.
Please make certain that you stop by and see Corey Dow and Addison Cox over at the Runner's Alley tent for your interview. We still have plenty of food in the inside.
12th and fastest heat now taking the track. Manning from Oyster River, Mulligan from Coe-Brown, St. Onge from Goffstown, Pratt from Coe-Brown, Martin from Hanover, and Nixon from Merrimack Valley in this fastest 400 heat. Surprising to see so few athletes in these fast heats not using blocks, but many of these athletes may not be 400 runners. May not have had a lot of practice with those blocks.
Hurdle crew, including coaches from Merrimack Valley Hurdle Crew. Next up.
Difficult in these 400 starts when only about half of the athletes are using blocks. The other athletes not using blocks have to maintain that set position much longer. All right, last final heat of the 400 is away.
This is the final heat of the boys 400 meter.
It's like St. Onge right now in a lead in St. Onge and Pratt looking about even right now. It's St. Onge now taking the lead with Pratt and Mulligan right behind, but Mulligan making a strong challenge here at the finish.
Can I get Coach Mullen to the finish line, please? Coach Mullen.
Indeed, Brandon St. Onge is going to win that heat.
300 hurdles, please, out there on the whites, all the way down.
St. Owens will win that 53.27. Mulligan second, Manning third, Pratt fourth, Martin fifth, and Nixon sixth. Oh, the next event on the track is going to be the girls' 300-meter hurdles. And we have 5 heats of the girls' 300-meter hurdles. So we give that hurdle crew some time to set out their hurdles.
All right, looks like we have the hurdles set up all around the track. Should be starting the first heat of the girls' 300 in just a moment. First heat will have 3 girls: Emily Young from Hopkinton, Sylvie Donnell from Plymouth Regional, and Megan Fifth from Winnisquam. While we have a minute, we'd like to again thank our Meet Hub sponsor today, the law firm of Orrin Reno, local in Concord, I do believe. We'd also like to thank Speed Sport Timing for all that they're doing. They're helping us out quite a bit as it looks like the first heat might be underway. The start is right behind that tent there, so it's hard to tell.
On the track now is the
They're
girls'
coming down the
300
stretch.
hurdles.
We
There are
got
5 heats of that.
2 hurdles
Couple
more
of
now.
announcements, folks.
There's a couple of them actually
Rallies,
pretty
10 minutes
even
down
together.
past the finish line in the corner, we have New Hampshire track and field t-shirts for sale. Some of the proceeds of those shirts go to help send some of our student athletes to the national.
And Hopkinton with the win, Emily.
So please support New Hampshire track and field. They've done tremendous things in the last few years. We have the results of the girls. The men's 1600 meter run. In sixth place from Kingwood.
And that was Young with a time of 108.4 and Fife with a time of 109 even.
Hunter Burns. In third place from Co-Brown, Zach Richards. In second place from Campbell, Jeffrey Allen. And in first place from
In section 2 we have Reese Clark from Guilford, Kelsey Chase from White Mountains, Monique Millette from Pelham, Audrey Newcomb from Plymouth Regional, and Genevieve Hanley from Oyster River.
We need you at the start.
As you might have just heard in the background on the announcements, New Hampshire Track and Field does have some nice shirts this year, as well as some singlets. Those are available for sale right on the store, right online. You can pick them up at select meets as well as at the Runners Alley in Concord. And Heat 2 is off. Looks like we have 2 runners in this heat.
We have the results of the men's discus. In sixth place from Conval, Ryan Murray. In fifth place from Guilford, Michael Wernig. In fourth place from Interlakes, Drew Schreier. In third place from Bishop Brady, Sean Sullivan.
In this heat, we have got Clark and Chase.
And in first place with a throw of 142 feet 11 inches from Goffstown Senior.
Chase now taking the lead. As these hurdlers come around the track, the hurdles get a little bit higher as they go. Those legs get a little more tired. So Kelsey Chase winning this heat. Reese Clark in second.
Would a Monadnock coach please come see Mr. Nielsen by the finish line? Monadnock coach.
With 101.3, 108. Heat 3, we'll be getting ready now. St. Onge from Goffstown in lane 1. Rolfs from Derryfield in lane 2. Ronish from White Mountain in lane 3. Henriksen from Co-Brown in lane 4. Zhang from Kingswood in lane 5. And Fuller from Sanborn in lane 6.
We have the results of the boys 400 meter dash. In sixth place from Oyster River, Connor Manning. In fifth place from Belmont, Hunter Dupuis. In fourth place from Trinity, Stephen Duckett. In third place from Co-Brown, Michael Mulligan. In second place from Winnisquam, Scott Hines.
Coming to the straightaway from White Mountain, Ronish is going to win that heat.
And this is just in. The women's high jumping, sixth place from Kennett. We have Chloe Van Dyne. And then we have a tie for second place with Mercedes Diaz from Campbell.
Ronish, Henriksen, St. Onge, Rolfs, Fuller, and Zhang.
Holly Lindsay from Pelham. And then in first place from
Heat 4 on the track now.
From Pelham,
In lane 1, Lang from Winnisquam. Lane 2, Joseph from Hanover. Lane 3, Syed from Belmont. In lane 4, Marsh from St. Thomas. Lane 5, Lamphere from White Mountain. And in lane 6, Stone from Merrimack Valley. Making up this fourth of 5 heats. Again, the heats running slow to fast. So the fastest heats at the end of the event. That fourth heat is off and running. So in this hurdle event for the girls, important to establish your rhythm early and to run even in between each hurdle. As they get more tired throughout the race, those hurdles seem to get a little bit higher. And it's just important to maintain form and to fight that urge to panic and to stutter step in front of the hurdle. Just have to trust that your training is going to carry you through this race and to just run strong and not worry about hitting hurdles. It's like Syed from Belmont is going to win this heat. In a time of 52:03 with Marsh, Joseph, Lang, Lamphere, and Stone in that order. Fifth and final heat now on the track. Stafford from Hanover in lane 1, Miller from Lebanon lane 2, Koval from Merrimack Valley lane 3, McKenna from Kingswood lane 4, Kurowski from Interlakes lane 5, and Chatigny from Kingswood lane 6. Fifth and final heat of the girls 300 hurdle here at the Merrimack Valley 2017 Invitational. This live broadcast today is brought to you by the law firm of Orr and Reno. And just reminding you that this is NewHampshireTrackandField.com, powered by Runner's Alley. Make sure you check out NewHampshireTrackandField.com for all of today's results, interviews, race videos, and photo and pictures, as well as meet results and other invitational live streams that will be coming to you throughout the season. All wrapping up with the 2017 Meet of Champions later in June. Coming through this, lane 3, Caitlin Koval from Merrimack Valley is going to win the 2017 MV Invitational 300-meter hurdle race. And Koval's time, 49.28 seconds.
So we'd like to present these plaques to these two athletes. They finished first in their event today. On my right here, I have James Elmore from Monadnock, who next year will be attending St. Lawrence University. He's going in undeclared.
So briefly, we are going to honor the two athletes of the meet so far, the featured athletes in the girls 1600 and boys 1600, James Elmore and Christy Schofield. Little trackside shot of these two featured athletes. Christy Schofield and James Elmore are two featured athletes in the girls and boys 1600-meter run. We are set up now for the first of 6 heats in the boys 300-meter hurdles. In Heat 1, we have Philbin in lane 2, Smith in lane 3, and Parsons in lane 4. Again, these heats are arranged slow to fast. So those athletes in the 5th and final heat will be the fastest, or 6th heat, excuse me, will be the fastest. First heat is off. It's like we only have 2 athletes in this first heat. So as with most of these large invitationals, athletes are asked to check in well ahead of their event so that the meet officials will know who is running and who is not. And oftentimes when it makes sense to, the meet officials will actually reseed heats in order to reduce the number of heats that the meet has. And it looks like here we have winning this heat is Ben Parsons from Plymouth, followed by Eric Smith from Kennett. And Parsons' time 56:80. Okay. Third heat is away. In lane 1, Southworth. In lane 2, Ermintrott. In lane 3, Herndon. In lane 4, Ebner. In lane 5, Sherwood. And in lane 6, Salo. The third of 6 heats. Looks like we have 4 athletes in this heat. Nope, excuse me, 5. So this 300-meter hurdle race is really a combination of hurdling speed and running strength. Those athletes that have a combination of the two can be quite good 300-meter hurdlers. And in many cases, those athletes who are middle distance runners in high school, when they make the move to college, may become either 400-meter hurdlers or in some cases steeplechasers. So Kraus winning that heat, followed by Murphy, Breen, and Landstadt. Heat 4 is on the track now. Excuse me, Heat 3, Southworth, Ermintrott, Herndon, Ebner, Sherwood, and Salo. That previous heat was Heat 2, not Heat 3. So coming in here is Sam Ebner from Plymouth. Time of 48:61. Herndon, Ermintrott, Salo, Sherwood, and Southworth. Now Heat 4 is out on the track. Molman in lane 1, Leggett in lane 2, Cody in lane 3, Walters lane 4, Folds lane 5, Giles in lane 6. In the fourth of 6 heats. We have some field event results for you in the boys pole vault. Drew Schrewer from Interlakes in first place. John Cunningham from Kearsarge in second. Nick Burley from Co-Brown in third. Grant Croft from Kearsarge in fourth. Tanner Richards from Co-Brown in fifth. And Jack Parker from White Mountains in sixth. So this fourth heat looks like Leggett from Guilford is in the lead. And he will take this fourth heat. Leggett's time in that heat, 46.85. Heat 5 now is on the track. Rupp from Belmont, Sheehan from Kingswood, Caleb from John Stark, Neth from Derryfield, Evans from St. Thomas, and Johnson from Monadnock. Heat 5 is off in the boys' 300 hurdles. And winning that heat is Isaac Sheehan from Kingswood. And we'll wait on his time. There it is, 45.86 with Rupp, Neth, Johnson, Evans, and Caleb. Final heat of the 300 hurdles is on the track now. Reminar in lane 1, Thomas lane 2, Wood lane 3, Inglesby lane 4, Bayless lane 5, and Allman lane 6.
Girls long jump, please report.
Sure.
We need the fourth flight of the girls javelin too. Fourth flight girls javelin, please check in.
You got ice in there?
No. It was just like cold and lane 6, heat 6 is off. Final heat of the boys 300 meter hurdles. Thomas looking for his second win today, but Brandon Wood challenging. Actually, Brandon Wood in the lead right now. Wanting a little bit of revenge for that 100 meter hurdle race. And indeed, Brandon Wood is going to win this 300 meter hurdles.
Okay, hurdle crew, here we go. All the way down to the bottom, please remove from the track. When that track is cleared, we will begin the girls.
We'll look for that time. It appeared, though, as Brandon Wood was right around 40 seconds flat. And indeed, his time, 40.04. Oliver Thomas, 41.43. Reminar, Inglesby, Bayless, and Allman. All right, next event on the track is the girls' 800 meter run. There are 4 heats of this race total. The meet record for this event set in 2015 by Hannah Parker of Co-Brown, who's now running for the University of Connecticut. 209.76. Our top seed today, Corinne Kennedy from Lebanon, who's coming in as a 218, but has run sub 215 before. Not likely that she would challenge that meet record set 2 years ago. So this first heat lining up, we have Aria Steffen, Megan Ebner, Mercedes McIntyre, Emma O'Hearn, Juliet Bean, Julie Aho, Emma Lansing, Allison Cronin, Allison Wright, Gabriella Castrillon, Betsy Lowe, Binbin Shell, Mukwing Wen, Grace Gerald, Emma Wagner, Madison McElroy, and Jael Florent. So again, we have 4 heats of the girls' 800-meter run. Now this race is 2 laps around the track. They do not run in lanes. Waterfall start means as soon as the runners have a stride, they may cut into the inside lane.
This is the first heat of the girls' 800-meter.
So the start can be a little tricky for those athletes who are new to running in a big field like this and maybe not used to having this many other girls on the track with them. We'll be keeping an eye on the clock as we go. This first heat, the slower of the 4 heats. Coming around this first straightaway. In the lead right now, it looks like Aria Steffen from Guilford, who's the #1 seed in this heat. And she came through at a 124. It's about a 247 pace. So a little bit ahead of her seed time. Again, this early in the season, oftentimes these athletes have not run a race more than once. Some of them may not have run this race yet and are simply using last year's times as their starting position. Steffen with quite a big lead on the rest of the field. So the end of this first heat, we have Aria Steffen, who led gun to tape, finishing in around 248. Followed by Julia Aho from Conant. And the rest of the field. It's reminded that one of our featured events for the day was that men's discus. So Drew Schreier, Oliver Gunsky, be that featured athlete, the winner of that men's discus, and we're still waiting for the women's discus, which is the last of the featured events. So the winner of that heat, Stefan from Guilford, the time of 2:49, so almost 10 seconds better than her seed time coming in. Heat 2 on the track now. Heat 2 of 4. We have Vandermeer from Plymouth, Cawthorn from Conval, White from Guilford, Thelemark from Kennet, Hurley from Moultonborough, another Thelemark from Kennet, Newell from Conval, Drummond from Kennet, Johnson from Sanborn, Callahan from Guilford, Byer from Kearsarge, Doyle from St. Thomas, Willette from Monadnock, Rollins from Moultonborough, Tarpey from Derryfield, Chen from Conant, Herndon from Lebanon, Byer from MV, Appleby from Plymouth, and Zhang from Derryfield. So the second of 4 heats about to start. Again, using that barrel start where the top 10 or 12 athletes will be on the start line and the remainder will be out there staggered in lane 4. And that stagger in lane 4 is allowed to cut in after the first 100 meters when they come off the turn onto that back straightaway. Again, this gives those athletes who are going to be competing in the state championship meets at the end of the season an opportunity to see that kind of start, because typically in those championship races, that is how they will start. Occasionally, when the 800 is run, they will start in lanes for the first 100 rather than being in a barrel start, in which case they would have to remain in their lane until the cut-in line. So early into the lead here in this heat is Sawyer Cawthorn from Conval. He's coming through in a 1:19, so that's a 2:38 pace. Which is about 7 seconds faster than her seed time. We're also going to point out that those two 1,600-meter featured athletes, Christy Schofield and James Elmore, will also be featured on the website, the NewHampshireTrackandField.com website, as well as the Merrimack Valley's website, pridetrackandfield.org. Excuse me, pridetrackandfield.org. Coming into the finish of this second heat, we've got 2 Conval athletes going head-to-head. Teammates battling it out. Looks like Sarah Newell and Sawyer Cawthorn. Right now, Newell taking it to her teammate, and she will finish in first place, a time of about 2:44. So Newell and Cawthorn finishing 1-2 in that second heat, second of 4 heats. Heat 2 about to, Heat 3 is on the track now. And we have Summer Barnes from Co-Brown, York from Merrimack Valley, Lafreniere from Monadnock, Masterson from Pelham, McKinney from Kennet, Ranfos from Co-Brown, Hogan from Campbell, Hanks from Lebanon, Lenk from Oyster River, Graham from Co-Brown, O'Neill from White Mountain, Day from Belmont, Bilodeau from John Stark, Doherty from Conval, Vermette from Goffstown, Hurley from Conval, Lovejoy from Oyster River, and Sabol from Hopkinton. There are the final results of the first heat. Newell, Thelamar, Cawthorn, Bear, Vandemore, and White. The third heat is away now. It's like Olivia Lenk from Oyster River and Summer Barnes in the lead, with Joelle Lafreniere in third from Nadnock. A good pack up front for this first heat, including Barnes, Day, and Masterson, coming in at 116, so that's 232 pace. And this is the third of 4 heats, so each of these heats getting a little bit faster. Get 2 laps, and now making a move to the front, Emma York from Merrimack Valley. Second, Summer Barnes, and in third, Alexis Day.
NewHampshireTrackandField.org is broadcasting this meet live on the internet. You can probably get there by the Googles. All top finishes, first place finishers, please go over and see Corey Dow and Addison Cox for your interview over at the Runners Alley tent, track and field, New Hampshire Track and Field tent in the far corner. And we have lots of
coming on to the home stretch, we have Emma York from Merrimack Valley. Alexis Day from Belmont is now taking the lead. Joelle Lafreniere is in third, and Summer Barnes in fourth. Well, now it's going to be Olivia Lenk finishing in fourth, Barnes in fifth. Heat 3 in the books. Heat 4 is coming to the track now, including the top seed, Corinne Kennedy, from Lebanon. Also Peyton Giles from White Mountain. Elizabeth Nordstrom, Hanover. Ellie McDonough, Co-Brown. Claire Vaverka, Conval. Abigail O'Connor, Co-Brown. Hallie Chansey, White Mountain. Sammy Molinari, Campbell. Sari Campbell from Moultonborough. Isabella Mormando from Conant. Maggie Lee from Kearsarge. And Lauren Rose from Merrimack Valley. So there's our winner of the third heat, Day of Belmont, 231. And the fourth and final heat is off. This is the seeded heat of the girls 800. Corinne Kennedy wasting no time to go right out to the front. She is far and away the best runner in this field, having run a 2:15 or better in this event. So in a race like this, where she is such a heavy favorite, she really has to fall back on her training and what her strategy is going to be. And obviously her strategy was to just go right to the front and run for time, not to worry about place. And she's 40 meters ahead of the rest of the field. She is going through the 400 split at a 66. It's a 2:12 pace. So very, very fast time for Corinne Kennedy. This meet has a very, very good history of girls 800s, having featured both Hannah Parker and Megan Doody at certain times in their career. Both former New England champions in the 800 meter event.
You can play with your frisbees and all, that's all grand, but please don't roll down the hill inside the tires. Thank you.
So Kennedy has this well underhand. Coming off the turn, she's looking at like a 213, 214. Very strong finish. Corinne Kennedy also one of the state's best hurdlers in both the 100 and the 300 meter hurdles. A 215 for Corinne Kennedy. So not quite at that meet record time, but well ahead of second place. Claire Vaverka coming in 226 and Ellie McDonough 231. Those are your top three for that heat. Next up on the track will be the boys 800. 5 heats of this race. The first heat is Finnegan, Hiltz, Senko, Page, Platt, Roby, Philbin, Putnam, Bernier, Tombang, Dunn, Tate, Allman, Richard, and Katola.
This is the first heat of 5 of the boys 800.
So there it is. Corinne Kennedy, 215.1, winning that girls 800. So 5 heats of the boys 800. Again, heat running slow to fast. So these first heats are the slower of the heats in the 800.
Attention all athletes, we need the girls 200 meter to please come check in right here. Girls 200 meter to check in please at the seating table. You're just going to check in for attendance purposes. Thank you.
Early in the lead, this looks like Peter Philbin from Derryfield School. Nope. Jack Roby of Hanover. Going through in about 112, so it's a 224 pace. This meet record held by Russell Brown of Hanover, 156.42. Don't look for that meet record to go down today. Russell Brown, who then ran for Stanford, is an All-American. Roby continuing to hold that lead. He does have company coming around that last turn. If he's not careful, it's like a Plymouth runner who might sneak right by him. It's like Garrison Hiltz from Plymouth, who just snuck by Roby. And will indeed. Garrison Hilt's going to win that heat, about 2:28. So big PR for Hiltz. 2:43 was his seed time coming in.
This is the first and final call for the third flight of the girls' discus. Final call, girls. Third flight discus.
So 5 total heats for the boys 800. Again, these athletes in these first heats maybe haven't had a whole lot of races under their belt, so they're just looking to get a time and run in front of that crowd. So Hiltz winning that first heat. The second heat's on the track. We have DeYoung from Sanborn, Welgars from Oyster River, Malloy from Lebanon, Nadig from Oyster River, Juarez from Conval, Porter from Kennett, Burke from MV, Chapdelaine from Derryfield, Brown from Belmont, Adams from Moultonborough, Klementovich from Kennett, Parsons from Plymouth, McKenna from Moultonborough, York from Campbell, and Pierce from Conant. And then that barreled start. So those athletes running in lane 4 until they get to the back straightaway where they're allowed to cut in. And the advantage there is it allows those athletes to have a shot at that first lead group without being stuck in behind for the duration of that first part of the race. When those athletes who are coming off the barrel start don't necessarily want to cut right to the inside, the better position is to hold and gradually make your way to the inside by the end of the straightaway. And coming around that first turn, it looks like DeYoung from Sanborn and Chapdelaine from Derryfield, who's actually going to go ahead and take the lead on this first lap. So 110, these guys are 220 pace. And Chapdelaine going around DeYoung right before the turn. Not always the thing to do, going around somebody into a turn. Oftentimes you want to wait to make that move coming off the turn. But Chapdelaine beginning to open up a little bit of a lead.
That goes to help some of our athletes attend nationals with the funding for around the country. The results of the boys.
Well, we're bringing you live coverage of the 2017 Merrimack Valley Invitational. This live broadcast today made possible by the law firm of Orr and Reno. And then, so Chris DeYoung makes a big comeback and catches Chapdelaine from Derryfield. And we are NewHampshireTrackandField.com, powered by Runner's Alley. And we will see third heat on the track shortly. Third of 5 heats in the boys' 800-meter run. So DeYoung, Chapdelaine, and Klementovich finishing 1, 2, 3. So heat 3 we have Barrett from Trinity, Houghton, Crema, Mann, Doherty, Call, Pattison, Smith, Kim, Marsh, Bandler, Green, Turner, Graham, another Turner, Gleason, Woods, and Torrecinta. There's a shot of that barrel start again. With the top athletes off screen on the starting line itself. These heats will get progressively faster as the meet order right now is slow to fast. Slow heats first, fast heats last. But every once in a while you may see an athlete in a slower heat who's yet to run this year and just happens to have a slower seed time from last year. This is Mason Graham, I think, from Merrimack Valley. Oh, no, excuse me, White Mountain. So this is Sam Call from White Mountain. Coming through right at 60 seconds, so that is 2 flat pace. That would be a huge PR for Sam, having come in with a 2:22. So let's see if he can hold on to that. Typically these athletes coming in with a 2:20 wouldn't make a 20-second PR, but it's possible. Call running all by himself right now. It could be dangerous having nobody to push him.
This is a first and final call for the boys 200. Boys
And here
200,
comes
if you
somebody
just come
coming
right
off
here,
the
guys.
straightaway.
Right here, I'm holding up the big guy.
Maybe a little bit too
These
late.
guys got a bright yellow jacket on.
Well, Sam Call going to have a huge PR. 2:07. That was a great race for him. Wow. Taking almost 20 seconds off of his seed time. .207 out of the third heat. That puts the pressure on that fourth and fifth heat, because that time could hold up to score. We'll keep our eyes on that time. 2:07.
Boys 200, please check in for attendance. 200, please check in for attendance.
2:07.4 from Call. And coming through that first lap, I questioned that idea of going out at 60 flat, but he came back in 67, so he definitely had an idea that he could run that fast. Otherwise, he would not have attempted a 60 flat opening 400. So heat 4 on the track now. Deshays, Caputo, Whitley, Billen, Wilson, Davis, Cody, Meyer, Pincents, Miller, Cunningham, Brennan, McCall, Reynolds, and Smith. All taking the line for this fourth of 5 heats. So let's see how heat 4 responds to that 2:07 that Sam Call just put up, whether they were paying attention to it or not. Doesn't look like too many of them are going to attempt to replicate what he did. About 32 seconds to the 200. So it's about a 64 opening 400, so a little bit slower than Call. And that looks like it is Interlakes. Nope, Summersworth. So that is Josh Pinsent's going out at a 63, so that's 206 pace. But remember, Call went out at 60 flat. Field chasing Pinsent's. It's like Deshays in second. 200 meters to go. Pinsent's holding his lead. And now Interlakes, Owen Billen making a challenge on Pinsent's. So 209 for Pinsent's. Call still holds the lead overall with that 207, excuse me. So here we come next with our final and fastest heat. So Pinsent's 208, Billen 209 in that fourth heat. And now the fifth and final heat. Richards, Daly, Dorman, Betts, the other Richards, Gennard, Strout, Guizdala, Losada, Randos, Dealey, and Garfield. And they're off. Looks like Zach Richards is not towing the line, so he's scratching out of this event. So Ian Daly, Dorman, Betts, and Richards, our top four seeds. We'll see if this is going to be a strategic race or just an all-out race. Good pack coming in around 30 seconds to the 200, which is right around 2-minute pace, which is what most of these top runners have been able to run. So that's Daly and Guizdala with Cameron Starr tucked in behind. Dylan Gennard up there. Noah Strout. And we're going through that 400 at about 62 pace, so that's 204 for the 800. It was a three-person race right now with Ian Daly, Cameron Starr, and Carl Betts from Kearsarge. And Daly and Starr. Comes around the final turn. Ian Daly in front of Cameron Starr and Carl Betts behind, but Noah Strout making a really strong move there in fourth place, moving up to third. But Ian Daly is going to win this in 2:03. So Sam Call's 2:07 doesn't hold up. Let's see what that official time is. It looked like about 2:03 for Daly. And 2:03.1 for Daly. Dorman, 2:04. Strout in third. Next up on the track, the girls 200-meter dash. We have 13 heats.
All girls 200 will be seated at the start line. Girls, please proceed to the start line. In addition, those hanging out by the fence watching the javelin, not always the safest place, so please keep your eyes on that.
So as we move down to the different starting line for the 200, I'll just remind you that this is the 2017 Merrimack Valley Invitational, a live broadcast brought to you today by the law firm of Orr and Reno, and that this is NewHampshireTrackandField.com, powered by Runner's Alley. The girls 200-meter dash meet record here at the MV Invite, set back in 2013 by Katharina Tonyai from Conant, time of 25.55. You can find today's live results being broadcast at sstresults.com/MV. You can also go to NewHampshireTrackandField.com for all of the results, videos from interviews, race videos, pictures. All of those will be available shortly after the meet. Waiting for those girls get to the 200. It's like they're going to be reseeding some of those events. While we bring you that, we can check out some of the field events that are still going on. With this first heat of the girls 200, and we have Miller from Hopkinton, Goodridge from Winnisquam, and Civitella from Conval. Jackson wins that heat, 32.87. Excuse me, that was heat. No, that was heat one. There's reseeding. These start lists are probably not going to be accurate, so we'll just wait to see finishing times. Second heat is away. It's like we've got Rochers, McLaughlin, Johnson, and LaValle. Winning that heat, DeRocher from Sanborn, 33-17. Heat 3 should be Snow, Paternal, Stone, Zervos, Tortorella Lewis, and Valente. These events, remember, all run on finals on time. And they are run slow to fast today. Heat 3 is off. It's like Tortorella Lewis is in the lead right now in lane 5. And Maddie Tortorella Lewis winning her heat. See what her time is. 31:52. Paternal, Valente, Zervo, Stone, and Lambert. Next heat, heat 4, DeJager, lane 1, Brown, lane 2, Mangiafico, lane 3, Winder, lane 4, LaChance, lane 5, and Lambert, lane 6. This 2017 Merrimack Valley Invite live broadcast, again being brought to you thanks to the law firm of Orr and Reno. And we are NewHampshireTrackandField.com, powered by Runner's Alley. It's like
The following girls have qualified for the
Mangiafico
finals.
from Campbell
Please report at this time. Taylor Banish from Conant, Chelsea
winning that heat.
McCallion from Co-Brown, Kim Merchant from Lebanon, Asia Grass, Hanson Mbop from Merrimack Valley, Marina Bear from Guilford.
So it looks like they are
Shannon
reseeding, so
Goodwin
the
from Winnisquam, and Molly
start
Swansburg
lists are
from
not
Co-Brown.
quite matching up.
Please
But
report
there we
at
have
this time.
Mangiafico, LaChance, Edmonds, Brown, El Azim, and Winder. Next heat, heat 5.
This is the first and final call for the fourth flight of the girls' discus. Fourth flight girls' discus. As our day gets long, I want to thank all the parents, grandparents,
Heat
volunteers,
5 is away.
and sisters, and all that stuff for your support of your student athlete. I'd also like to thank all our parent volunteers who've done a phenomenal job, both in the cafeteria with our sales and bringing in food. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys were awesome. We also have the parent volunteers who've been working in the pits down there, raking the Schofields and everybody else. I'd like to thank Daryl and Jen. You guys are doing a swell job.
It's like winning this heat from Derryfield, Taylor Hare.
And then I'd like to just thank my friend Ryan Sierra here, who, like me, is stuck here with Bob Mullen forever.
No, excuse me, Derryfield Polgren from Derryfield. Heat 6 next up on the track. We'll wait to see who this is in this heat. It's like another Derryfield athlete. Neville from Derryfield winning that heat, 29.53. Staying fairly consistent with the weather here. Not very warm, only about 45 degrees. Not ideal conditions for these sprinters, but providing they do their warm-ups and take care of themselves in between races, there's no reason why they can't run fast times today. So Heat 7 coming in.
Can we please get a Goffstown coach to the yellow tent, please? Goffstown coach to the yellow tent, please.
It's like Considine from Merrimack Valley. Time of 29.53 with Ellsworth, French, Craig, O'Toole, and McVeigh. Looking at the next heat, looks like heat 8 or 9. This reminds you how important it is for athletes to be paying attention during meets so they know exactly when their events are going to be starting. Sometimes these meets have to move things around in the name of efficiency. This heat is coming around to the final straightaway. And it's good for these athletes to learn how to handle themselves in a pressure situation. This looks like Maisie Thurber-Wells from Merrimack Valley winning that heat. 29.75. Gives them athletes an opportunity to learn how to manage their track meets, how to warm up, how to cool down, especially if you're going in between events, knowing what to do after one race before the next. Sometimes these long days are tough for the athletes who are coming into this sport with not a whole lot of experience.
Fourth place from Interlake, Sean DeFlorio. In third place from
Maybe
Co-Brown,
they're not
Will
used
White.
to having
Second
to
place from Co-Brown, Isaiah
spread
Allen.
out
And
their
first
efforts
place
throughout a
from
6 or
Goffstown.
7 hour day.
Drove 46 feet 8 inches. Senior Oliver Gunsky.
This is Sophie Laird from Co-Brown in the lead in this heat number 9. Winning that heat, though, Hannah Ehlers from Sanborn, 28.90. For that next heat, heat 10 to line up on the line. It's like Mabel Mackey, Genevieve Lombara. Winning that heat from Conant is Haley Drew. (28:37). Fraser, Stafford, Mackey, Lombara, and Pine. So this should be our fast heat, our final heat coming up next. We've got some other field event results coming your way. The men's shot put, Oliver Gunsky in first place. In second place, Isaiah Allen. Third place, Will White, both from Co-Brown. In fourth place, Sean DeFlorio from Interlakes. Fifth place, Sean Sullivan from Bishop Brady. And in sixth place, Austin Smith from Monadnock. In this final and fastest heat, winning that heat is Ziana Twombly. And we have somebody down after the finish line, just a little slip after the finish. It's Twombly's time, 26:75, with Russell, Concannon, Zwart, and Hoffman all Oyster River. So 4 Oyster River in that final heat, and Isabel from Winnisquam. So the next event on the track would be the boys 200-meter dash. 14 heats total. But as we saw in the girls with the reseeding, they are able to eliminate a few heats there. So again, athletes have got to be paying attention so they know when their event is coming up. First heat of boys is away. So we got 3 athletes in this first heat. Berliner and Minor from Hopkinton and Paquette from Campbell. There's Berliner and Minor and Paquette's times from that first heat. Second heat's on the track. And they're off. There are 4 athletes in this second heat. 5 athletes in the second heat. It's like Ryan Hart from Campbell. Indeed, Hart from Campbell, Smith, Romer, Duan, and Butt. Third heat is on the track, ready to go. Reminder that if you go to the NewHampshireTrackandField.com website, you'll find results, pictures, video interviews from today's meet, including all of the event winners. You can also find live results throughout the meet at sstresults.com/MV. So, third heat of the boys 200. Remember, all places on time. And these heats are running slow to fast, excuse me. So Cunnington from White Mountain winning that heat, 27:53, followed by Turner, Sittimer, Thornton, Druin, and Kirsch. Next heat on the track and away. This is heat 4. Looks like from Brady we have
Final call for the girls 3,200 meter. Girls 3,200 meter. Please check in to see
one
who's
of
in
their
this time.
Brady athlete winning that heat. Not sure who that was. They had 3 athletes in that heat, or on the start list. It's Chapdelaine from Brady winning that heat, 26:61. Next heat is ready to go. The heat's not wasting time, getting right out there and getting started by Andy Hodgkin. It's been a long-time starter here at the Merrimack Valley Invitational. Full heat, Campbell. That could be Owen Morris of Campbell, as well as Richard Eng from Derryfield and Drew Tremblay from Co-Brown. Indeed, Morris, Tremblay, Eng, Hacker, Ryan, and Coombs. Next heat is off. Timer's getting into a good rhythm here. That looks like from a Nadnock. Peter Margand. Oops. Bramble from Oyster River winning that heat, 26-44. Margand, Betterton, Shane Laris, Chen, and Alward. Next heat is out on the track and ready to go. Still waiting for a few field events to come in and finish. Women's high jump is done. We'll give you those results shortly as soon as we finish this heat of the boys 200. Like Bailey Gabor from Merrimack Valley in that heat, as well as Quincy McBride from Hanover and Nathan Smith from Goffstown and Sheldon Billings from Kingswood, maybe. Nope. Wade from Kingswood. Devin Wade. McBride, Wernig, Wade, Gabor, Green, and Smith. Next heat is out. We should be maybe down to 2 or 3 heats remaining in this boys 200. So girls high jump in first place, Mia Herling from Pelham. Callie Lindsay in second place, also from Pelham. Mercedes Diaz from Campbell in third place. Teresa Irving from Merrimack Valley in fourth. Hannah Ehlers from Sanborn in fifth. And Chloe Van Dyne from Kennett in sixth. So this next heat of the boys 200. Let's see if we can pick out a few of those names. It's like White Mountains. And a Pelham, Kearsarge, Logan Montnemy maybe. Yep. Oringer from Kingswood. Excuse me, Oyster River. Billings, Montminy, Gosselin, Peros, and Landrow. Got the next heat there, up and ready. And the heat is off. Including from Conval, Finn Wegmuller. From Co-Brown, Matthias Burrell. Riley, McLeod, and St. Hours, as well as Zurcher from Oyster River. We have 1 or 2 heats left here in the boys 200. Again, all places on time for these heats. Running slow to fast. So our fastest heats still to go. And that next heat is off. It's like in this heat we have Colin Kane from Co-Brown. From White Mountain, Zeke Pribernow. Burgalt from Kingswood. Euland, Janaszewski, and Oberheim. So Kane wins that. Kane, Pribernow, Burgalt, Euland, Janaszewski, and Oberheim. Should be the last heat of the boys 200 coming up. Fast heat. Including Sam Ives from Hanover, Ethan Barbo from Co-Brown, Kashif Boganum from Sanborn, Eddie O'Brien from Monadnock, Tegan Friedrich from Merrimack Valley, and Reese Bassett from Sanborn. Kashif Boganum has already won the 100-meter dash. Eddie O'Brien, Kashif Boganum, and Ethan Barbo neck and neck. But Kashif Boganum's going to win his second event of the day, taking the 200 dash, adding to his 100-meter dash victory already today. Let's see what his time is. 23:67. O'Brien second, Barbo third, Bassett fourth, Friedrich fifth, and Ives sixth. The next event on the track will be the girls' 3,200-meter run.
The following girls have qualified for the finals in the long jump. If you would please report at this time. Skylar Wilkie from Belmont. Genevieve Lambar from Monadnock. Abigail Drew from Conant. Shiana Twombly from Oyster River. Caitlin Carpenter from Kingswood. Chloe Page from Monadnock. And Corinne Kennedy from Lebanon. Can you ladies please report at this time? I just also want to let all athletes know who finished in the top 6, like Addie Hodge from Merrimack Valley, that there are awards here at the Track Shack. If you come to the front, you'll see a new sign dangling down that says awards here. Please pick them up. There are medals and ribbons. In addition, please make sure top finishers, you stop by the New Hampshire trackandfield.org tent with Addison Cox and Corey Dow, and they would love to interview you for the internets.
We're going to take a quick break while we wait for the girls 3,200 to take the track. But we will be back very shortly with NewHampshireTrackandField.com, powered by Runners Alley, at our 2017 Merrimack Valley Invitational, brought to you today by the law firm of Orr and Reno.
Clark, if you're here, we found your wallet. Tom Clark, we found your wallet. Please report to the trainers table. Tom Clark, we found your wallet.
I feel like Jeff gave us like 12 of them. Gave some to Tim. That was a mistake.
Guns up in our 3200 for the girls. And they're out. Small group on the outside will cut in over here. But definitely got a couple runners off to an early lead. Looks like a couple Co-Brown. Sarah Dupuy and Hannah Daly. And that's Sarah Dupuy of Co-Brown out in front, junior. Coming in the first lap at 122. On our second lap now, looks like the girls are getting a little bit spread out already. And spanning over 100 meters from first to last. Sarah again leading.
Coach Gagne, if you're still here.
Through the 800 at 2:52. Then have Leela from Hanover.
Results of the girls' javelin. 6th place from Lebanon, Kim Merchant. In 5th place from Co-Brown.
And Hannah from Co-Brown.
In 4th place from Conant, Taylor Banish. In 3rd place from Merrimack.
And coming in at the 1200, it's Sarah again, but coming a little bit closer now is Leela. That was a 93.
First place with a time of 23.67 seconds from Sanborn Regional Junior Kashif Boganov.
Well, I got some time during this 2 mile again. Like to thank our sponsor, Runners Alley. Of course, our Meat Hub sponsor, the sponsor of the day, law firm of Oren Reno. They really appreciate their help with this. Wouldn't be able to put on this live stream without them. Also like to thank Speed Sport Timing for helping out, giving us the feed for their results and everything. They've been great to work with. Like to thank MV as well for allowing us to live stream this venue today. They've also been a lot of help. And here come the two now, much closer. And here come the two. Same leaders we've had. That was a 135, couple seconds slower than the previous lap. Puts him in about 6 minutes at the halfway mark.
As our meet continues to spin here, we ask that all Tent City, as you guys are packing up, you were all delivered trash bags, and if you can no longer have them,
Looks like we have a lead change up front.
your team here, please get picked up and deposited into the trash cans. We were fortunate enough to use a drone.
Leela from Hanover.
Geographically located where all of you are. There will be fines reasonably set.
Still Sarah from Co-Brown in second.
Trash left on the Tent City. Thanks. This is a public service announcement.
We've got about 90 meters on, excuse me. Got about 70 meters on the third place. Might be closer than that. Split for that 400 was a 132. Again, I'd encourage you guys all to go online to check out our store. We've got a number of different options available. Number of different pickup locations. We've got Black Bear Invite coming up that you can pick up that. You can do it at the Clipper Relays. Merrimack Invite. Wilderness. And more might be added along the way. As always, you can pick up at Runners Alley in Concord. Split a 131 that time, bringing the pace down a little bit faster now. wind's starting to pick up just a little bit here. Been fortunate that we haven't really had any rain the whole day. Temperature's been about constant. On the bright side, I was just talking to the coach during the 200s. We were talking about how we were here one year and there was snow and they actually had to change the meet around because of the snow. A lot of different weather conditions over the 17 years of the Merrimack Valley Invite. And that's a 131 coming into the bell lap. We got Leela from Hanover.
With
300
Skylar
left.
From Belmont, Skylar from Belmont, you were in the long jump finals. Would you please report Skylar from Belmont to the long jump finals, please?
She's starting to pass some people now. And here she comes with the kick. Leela Trummer from Hanover. Time of about a 157. Oh, sorry, 11:57. I believe that's our second place. Sarah Dupuis from Co-Brown. Time of 12:18. And our number 3 in Lebanon, that's Grace Furlong. Number 4, we have Hannah Daly from Co-Brown. Number 5, Raven Barnes from Co-Brown. And number 6, I believe that was Caitlin from Campbell. Your top 6. Looks like it's a pretty good season PR for a number of the girls today. Sydney, Insney, Melissa, got Riley, Kimberly, Hayden coming through. Talia. And a few more coming across.
The next event up on the track is the boys 3200 meter, which means at this time I'd like to call the girls 4x400 meter relay to the seating table, please. 4x400 meter relay to the seating table, including Kearsarge.
And just a quick look at our women's 3200 meter top 6 again with their times. Had an 11:57, 12:18, 12:26, 12:34, 12:42, and a 12:45. Have the boys on the track now for the men's 3200.
I can take back over for the boys.
So, second to last event for the track, boys 3200. Some of the athletes to watch in this race include Evan Tangway from Co-Brown, Dawson Adams from Monadnock, Morgan Balfman from Hanover, David Reynolds from Merrimack Valley, Alan Vellante from Pelham, Jeffrey Allen from Campbell, Henry Keegan from Oyster River, Lucas Bateau from Monadnock, Andrew Shepard from Kearsarge, and Ralph Harriman from Lebanon. The boys 3200 underway. We are coming to you again from that 2017 Merrimack Valley Invitational, the 17th annual. Brought to you today by the law firm of Orr and Reno. And we are, again, NewHampshireTrackandField.com, powered by Runner's Alley. Oh, into an early lead here in the 3200 is Evan Tangway from Co-Brown, followed by Jeffrey Allen from Campbell, Henry Keegan from Oyster River. They're going through at a 71 for that first 400. Quick pace, it's about a 9:35.
Would all girls teams in the 4x400 meter please report at this time?
So quick pace for the first 400 of this boys 32.
If you know if your team is scratch coaches, would you please send a representative to let the seating table know? Thank you.
So we've got a pack of about 7 runners separating themselves from the rest of the field. Including Evan Tangway, Henry Keegan, Jeffrey Allen, David Reynolds, Lucas Bateau, and Danny Donovan from Trinity hanging with the lead pack. So 228 through that 800, so they're slowing down a little bit. Back down to about a 950 pace for this 3200 boys. Those runners have been taking care of themselves all day. They've actually got a really good race conditions right now to run fast. If they kept themselves warm, kept themselves hydrated, and were eating throughout the day, they've got enough reserves left. Some of these athletes, like Jeffrey Allen, coming back to their second or third race. Evan Tangway's fresh. Henry Keegan's fresh. Threw it a 3:45 for that 1200. So still right around a 950, 9:55 pace. Tangway and Allen beginning to separate from the rest of that lead pack.
The girls' disc final is
Henry Keegan leading that chase pack, about 15 meters behind them.
We have the results of the boys 800 meter in 6 sixth place from White Mountain, Sam Call. In fifth place from Kearsarge, Carl Betts. In fourth place from Merrimack Valley, Dylan Gennardius.
So through the first mile of 5 minutes for
Jacob Dorman in
Evan Tangway and Jeffrey Allen.
3.11 seconds from Interlakes Junior.
So again, right around a 10-minute flat pace. 9:58, 9:59.
On the men's triple jump, in sixth place from Co-Brown, Sean Spinard. In fifth place from Interlakes, Owen.
Some results in the field events for the boys long jump. Ryan Sullivan from Lebanon in first place. Zach Petrin from Lebanon in second place. Kyle Doucette, Hanover, third place. Sean Leahy, Goffstown, fourth place. Luke Hogan, Campbell, fifth place. And Brandon St. Onge, sixth place. The men's triple jump, first place, Zach Petrin from Lebanon. Second place, Luke Hogan from Campbell. Kevin Shandlaber from White Mountains in third. Patrick Caleb from John Stark in fourth. Owen Billen from Interlakes in fifth. And Sean Spinard from Co-Brown in sixth. So here we go through 6:15, 6:16 through 2,000 meters. So they're holding right on to that 9:58 pace. Tangway and Allen leading the pack, followed by Dawson and Keegan. Excuse me, Adams and Keegan.
I'd like to thank NewHampshireTrackandField.com for the live broadcast and helping us showcase this here at Merrimack Valley's 17th annual invitation. Please make sure that if you
We're coming off the straightaway home stretch. Evan Tangway and Jeffrey Allen, they're going to have 2 to go when they get to the finish.
Trainer who found his wallet.
Running a steady 9:58 pace. That's 7:30. So picked it up a little bit. We might be looking at 9:55.
Thank you. And friends of all volunteers.
And then Adams and Keegan in third and fourth. David Reynolds in fifth. And Simon Dineski from Hopkinton currently in sixth. And then well behind them is that mini chase pack, which includes David Valente, Lucas Bateau. Nope. Little early ringing of the bell on the 3,200. Not quite for the leaders. They've still got about 150 meters before they're at their last lap. So leaders coming down the home stretch. It's Evan Tangway and Jeffrey Allen. With 1 lap to go, 8:44. So they're looking at, again, about a 9:55. Under 10 minutes at this point in the season, not too bad. Because again, a lot of these athletes haven't had any speed work yet. They're running these races just based purely on their mileage and their fitness levels. And Jeffrey Allen now taking over the lead from Evan Tangway. Looked like he was sitting on him for the last few laps, just kind of hanging in for the ride, letting Evan do most of the work. But again, it's early season, so they're not really looking to break any records. Maybe a little bit of pride here, just trying to get the win. But non-scoring meet again here at Merrimack Valley Invitational. So 9:53 for Jeffrey Allen, 9:56 for Evan Tangway. Top two finishers under 10 minutes. Here comes Dawson Adams, 10-10. Henry Keegan and David Reynolds, 10-18, 10-19. Simon Dineski, 10:35.
Thanks for your work today, bud. Thanks for doing that.
Tristan Jardin finishing now. Danny Donovan. Aiden Haggerty finishing now. As these athletes coming in, just reminding you that you can see all of the meet results, video interviews, pictures on NewHampshireTrackandField.com, powered by Runners Alley. Today's broadcast of the 2017 Merrimack Valley Invite coming to you, made possible by the law firm of Orrin Reno. We are about to start our final event of the day, the 4x400 relay. Girls 4x4 will have a total of 4 heats. Here we have coming in the final finishers of this 3200. So this first heat of the girls 4x4, we have Hopkinton and Derryfield.
Boys 4x4, if you'd please meet in this second box over here, that would be awesome. This is our first and final call for the boys 4x4 100-meter relay.
Well, last and final event of the 2017 MV Invite, the 4x4 relay. In this first of 4 heats, we have Hopkinton and Derryfield Looks like we only have 3 heats today. 3 heats of the girls 4x4.
400 meter relay. We have the results of the boys 32 meter run. In 6th place from Hopkinton, Simon Doneski. In 5th place from Merrimack Valley, David Reynolds. In 4th place from Oyster River, Henry Keegan. In 3rd place from Monadnock, Dawson Adams. In 2nd place from Co Brown, Evan Tangway. And in 1st place with a time of 9 minutes 53 and 43 hundredths of seconds from Campbell, sophomore Jeffrey Allen.
So we come into the first transition. These athletes run in lanes for the first lap. The second leg is allowed to cut into lane 1. And then they run inside on lane 1 for the remainder of the race. Pretty even race so far, with Hopkinton just ahead of Derryfield. Again, this Merrimack Valley Invitational format, where athletes are limited to 2 individual and 2 relay events. And again, it is a non-scoring meet, so there are no team scores. There will be no team champion crowned. The awards they do give, however, are for those featured events. This year, the 1600 and the discus. Coming into the the second handoff to the third leg, Derryfield opening up a little bit of a lead over Hopkinton, going at a 2:31 through the 800, so that's about a 5:02, 5:03 pace for their 4x4. So again, we'd like to thank SST Speed Sport Timing for their timing services. Live results throughout the day have been available at sstresults.com/MV. We will be paired up with them several other times during the year, including the Black Bear Invitational and the Seacoast Invitational later on in the season. Coming off the home stretch, Derryfield followed by Hopkinton, and giving to their anchor legs now.
I apologize, I have a lost phone that has a missed phone call on it. If you're lost an iPhone, please come to the awards area and please claim your phone.
With 1 leg to go, Hopkinton retaking the lead. These relay teams may not have run together yet at any point in the season. The handoffs not as critical in the 4x4 as they are in the 4x160. Excuse me, 4x100. But still important enough to warrant practicing. And if they haven't had any practice as of yet, 4:55 for Hopkinton, 4:59 for Derryfield. So we've got our next heat on the track. Looks like we've got White Mountain, Plymouth, Kingswood, Campbell, and Kearsarge for this heat, second heat. This team's second runner's already out on the track in the exchange zone. Runners have to be inside of the triangles which mark the relay exchange. Officials giving them commands, instructing them what they're allowed to do when they receive the handoffs. Second heat is away. And we've got Plymouth, White Mountain, Kingswood, Campbell, and Kearsarge. First runners, remember, have to run all in lanes all the way around the track. They have to hand off in their lane. And then the second runner is allowed to cut in as soon as they've received the baton. Unlike the 4x1, in which they must remain in their lane for the entire race. So coming in off the handoff, looks like Plymouth and Kearsarge, with Kingswood, Campbell, and White Mountain behind them. Now that we've made up the stagger, we begin to see the race. The team's right all around 450 for their pace for that first leadoff leg.
We have the results of the girls' long jump. In 6th place from Monadnock, Genevieve Lambara. In 5th place from Monadnock, Chloe Page. In 4th place from Kingswood, Caitlin Carpenter. In 3rd place from Oyster River, Shiana Twombly. In 2nd place from Conant, Abigail Drew. And in 1st place with a jump and a new meet record of 17 feet 5 inches from Lebanon senior Corinne Kennedy. Well done, Corinne.
Well, third leg, taking the baton now. About a 2:18, so 4:39, 4:40 pace for the second heat. Meet record in this event, 4:12, put up by Hopkinton in 2010. One of Hopkinton's really premier teams that they featured, Carolyn Maynard and Sarah Nato. With Kingswood opening up a little bit of a lead here. It's like Hannah Ehlers taking that anchor leg for Kingswood. We've got about a 30-meter lead now, 40-meter lead on second place. Very strong runner here. Hannah Ehlers from Kingswood coming off the home, onto the home stretch. Comfortably ahead in this second heat. Excuse me, third heat. The time's going to be around 4:30, 4:29. Followed by Plymouth, White Mountain, Kearsarge, and Campbell. Kingswood 4:28, taking that second heat. So third and final heat now on the track. Co-Brown, Merrimack Valley, Lebanon, and Kennett for this third and final heat.
Heat of the girls 4x4.
Third heat is off. See the teams making up that stagger on the inside. Lebanon getting passed by Co-Brown and Merrimack Valley. Merrimack Valley and Co-Brown running fairly even right now in the first leg. Clearly out to the lead ahead of Lebanon and Kennett. This first leg is important to establish a good pace early on. You don't want to be behind after the first leg if you're trying to win this event. So Merrimack Valley and Co-Brown running neck and neck right now. About to take off to their second leg. It's Caitlin Koval of Merrimack Valley and Kate Clinch of Co-Brown taking their second legs. Opening legs about a 65, so that's a 4:20 pace. Surprising that to see Oyster River not running a 4x4 this afternoon after having won 200 and the 400 convincingly, with multiple athletes in the fast heat of both of those events, but opting not to run a 4x4 today. Merrimack Valley and Caitlin Koval opening up a sizable lead here in the second leg. To the third leg at a 2:10, so a 4:20 pace. Co-Brown 2:16, 4:32 pace. So Co-Brown's got some room to make up if they want to challenge Merrimack Valley. And lining up in that anchor spot for Merrimack Valley, Christy Schofield up against freshman Abby O'Connor. Christy Schofield about to receive the baton.
This one final plea.
Abby O'Connor.
HampshireTrackAndField.com.
And chasing her is going to be Corinne Kennedy.
Hey, I have some t-shirts that are available for
So
sale.
Abby's got to be careful.
Portion of those proceeds, but help to fund athletes
Corinne Kennedy has the ability to catch her.
across the country.
Corinne Kennedy, the current state record holder in the 300-meter hurdles. Very comfortable in this race, too. So Christy Schofield coming off the straightaway. Merrimack Valley is going to win this 4x4 pretty easily, and Lebanon is going to sneak into second place with Corinne Kennedy. 4:17 for Merrimack Valley. Corinne Kennedy leading her team to second place, 4:26. Co Brown third, 4:29. So Kingswood in that second heat actually going to place third overall, bumping Co Brown to fourth. And up next, we'll have the first heat of the boys 4x4. Wait to see those official results for that final heat.
On the men's side, now is the 3 heats to the 4x4.
3 heats of the boys 4x4 as well. The first heat has White Mountain, Plymouth, Lebanon, and Derryfield. And there are the results of the first, third heat of the girls 4x4. Merrimack Valley 4:16, Lebanon 4:26, and Co Brown 4:30. Kingswood squeezes in there and bumps Co Brown down into fourth place from that second flight heat. Three more races to close out the 2017 Merrimack Valley Invite here, with a live stream being brought to you by the law firm of Orr & Reno. Reminding you once again that this is NewHampshireTrackandField.com, powered by Runner's Alley. All of the event results, live videos, interviews, and pictures will all be available at NewHampshireTrackandField.com shortly after the completion of today's meet. We'd like to again mention that live results are being posted at sstresults.com/MV throughout the day for these last few events. Near the first handoff for the boys' first heat of the 4x4, Lebanon is going to be in the lead after the first leg, followed by Plymouth, Derryfield, and White Mountain. Again, about a 3:55 pace for that lead team, Lebanon. This meet record set back in 2010 by Merrimack Valley, a time of 3:33.44, which included state record holder in the hurdles, Demal McFadden, Danny Pillsbury.
Make sure as you guys finish, the first place finish team stops one.
Lebanon, Plymouth, Derryfield, and White Mountain all in a tight bunch coming into this second handoff. Lebanon with a very good handoff, maintaining its lead. This is where those 4x4 handoffs can become very important in these tight transitions. A good handoff can allow you to really sneak ahead of your opponents a little bit. In that back stretch now, White Mountain closing up on Lebanon keeping it very tight. White Mountain also moving right up into that third position now. Making a move around the corner. Look at this. White Mountain now going to move into first place. Coming off of the straightaway. Teams exchanging positions in the handoff line. As those runners come down the straightaway, the teammate's job is to be in a position where they can receive that baton in the best possible position. So there's always a constant switching of positions on the line, and the officials got to make sure that kids don't run into each other. A dropped baton can be just as bad as a mistake as any in this 4x4. So anchor legs spreading things out a little bit. White Mountain holding on right now, but Plymouth challenging. Plymouth coming around the outside. Is White Mountain going to be able to hold him off? And no, Plymouth is going to take this second heat, excuse me. And then Derryfield and Lebanon. Plymouth at a 350. White Mountain also 350.6. Derryfield and Lebanon. As we see the next heat coming onto the track, we have
Second heat
Kennett,
of the boys
Trinity,
400 meter relay.
Pelham, and not sure who this fifth team is. Hanover plus, don't recognize the uniform of CHS. No, they have an orange shirt that says Campbell on it. What's the number? I don't recognize the uniform at all. I guess it could be a new one. Opening leg in the second of 3 heats for the boys 4x4. Trinity out to a big lead early. Trinity again featuring several very versatile athletes, including Oliver Thomas and Tim Zeff. An athlete we have not seen today from Trinity, Sebastian Eaton. And Trinity out at about a 3:45 pace, followed by what might be Campbell, Pelham, Hanover, and Kennett.
Could we please get Kath?
And Trinity still holding that lead,
Kath Merchant from Lebanon. Please
but
report to the timing.
being challenged by Campbell.
From Lebanon, report to the timing area.
In fact, running basically even right now. Just trying to get that baton to the next runner. Good handoff by Trinity. Able to hold that lead. Third runner from Trinity and Campbell pretty evenly matched. Pelham trying to make up some ground. Kennett and Hanover bringing up the back of the pack.
Is there a Lebanon coached by the Lebanon coached by the finish line.
The baton is about to be handed to Trinity's Tim Zeff, who was also part of their 4x8 team today. But I did not see him run any individual events. Trinity, another good handoff from Trinity. Trinity still at about a 3:42 pace, with one heat remaining after this. Now Pelham into second place, ahead of Campbell. Tim Zeff opening up a lead. Tim Zeff running about a 51-second split. Very fast, but looked very comfortable for him. Pelham finishing second. Campbell in third. Kennett in fourth, and Hanover in fifth.
All right, if I can grab people's attention here for just a moment.
We have the next featured event, the discus.
Just like
We'll give you a little trackside shot here.
On the field was the
The
javelin.
featured event on the
That's what I said. I said
field event side of the track event, the track meet today was the boys and girls discus, and we have from Goffstown, Oliver Gunsky as the winner, and on the girls' side, Kath Merchant,
And on this side we have Kath Merchant from
and their respective throws. Kath Merchant 123 feet 11, and Oliver Gunsky 142 feet 11. So two very good early season discus throws for those two featured athletes.
Which brings us to the final heat of the boys 4x4. I think they're all
We have the last event on the track now. The boys' seeded heat of the 4x4, which includes Prospect Mountain, Kearsarge, Merrimack Valley, Co-Brown, and Interlakes, and Kingswood, excuse me. Prospect Mountain, Interlakes, Co-Brown, Merrimack Valley, Kingswood, and Kearsarge lining up for this third and final heat, final race of the 2017 Merrimack Valley Invitational. The live cast being brought to you today by the law firm of Orrin Reno here on NewHampshireTrackandField.com, powered by Runners Alley. The starter has the last heat on the track. And we will call you all the way through this final event. Make sure you go check out NewHampshireTrackandField.com for all of the post-race interview videos, all of the results, all of the pictures from today's meet. They will all be available shortly after the meet's conclusion. Last event on the track. And we are underway with this final race of the 2017 Merrimack Valley Invitational. Merrimack Valley already making up the stagger. Not even 100 meters into the race. That's Brandon Wood leading off for Merrimack Valley, having come from behind to win the boys' 300-meter hurdle in meet record time, finishing second in the boys' 110 hurdle race earlier in the day, and also being part of Merrimack Valley's 4x100 meter relay team. So full day for Brandon Wood, but He wants to finish with a win in this 4x4. And he has got a sizable lead off that first leg. Coe-Brown in second, Kearsarge third, Kingswood, Interlakes, and Prospect Mountain rounding out that top 6 final heat. Somebody is going to have to make a move and go after Merrimack Valley if anyone is to challenge them. And Kearsarge making a move on Coe-Brown in around the 200 mark, starting to close up. But neither team really making a run at Merrimack Valley up to this point. Coming off the home straightaway. Again, here's where the teams have to be aware of who's in what position. See some shuffling at the line as Prospect Mountain actually moves into third place now behind Coe-Brown and Merrimack Valley. Merrimack Valley taking the head off 149. Well, that's a 3:38 pace for the lead group. Now Prospect Mountain into second, Kearsarge into third, Coe-Brown drops to fourth, and Interlakes in fifth, followed by Kingswood. No mistake that Merrimack Valley wants to win this last event at their home invitational this year. Some shuffling going on again. Prospect Mountain and Coe-Brown going back and forth. Interlakes now into second place. Kearsarge making a move. Teams shuffling for the anchor leg. Merrimack Valley into Kearsarge into second. Interlakes and Coe-Brown now drops to fifth behind Prospect Mountain. Zach Richards from Coe-Brown making a move, but Ian Daly, no slouch, having already won the boys 800. All of them trailing Merrimack Valley by about 25 meters. Here we go into the final straightaway of this meet. Merrimack Valley in the lead. Coe-Brown moving into second, followed closely by Kearsarge, Interlakes, and Prospect Mountain. It is going to be one battle to the finish for second place. Merrimack Valley is going to close this one out with a 3:37, 3:39 for Coe-Brown, then Interlakes, Prospect Mountain, Kearsarge, and Kingswood. So that will do it for the 2017 Merrimack Valley Invitational, brought to you today by the law firm of Orr & Reno. This is NewHampshireTrackandField.com, powered by Runners Alley. I'd like to remind you to go to NewHampshireTrackandField.com, check out all the post-race interviews, all of the results from the day, all of the pictures that will be later on the website. And we'd like to thank you once again for tuning into this live broadcast. We will close things down, and we will see you next weekend at the Black Bear Invitational.